The point is that nationalism as an ideological political phenomenon always has a concrete historical class content. The content of the types and forms of nationalism changes depending on concrete historical conditions and the social forces which are taking part in the liberation movement and the aims and tasks advanced by them. The ideological political attitude of revolutionaries to nationalism is based on a clear-cut delimitation between its point to sense and its concrete historical. Nationalism of an oppressed nation contains relatively progressive elements. There is a general democratic content. 256. Aimed against oppression. The presence of these democratic elements in nationalism is determined not by national, but by class ties. It depends on what class heads the national movement, what are its aims and methods of solving social and national questions. The more progressive-minded and more resolute a social group or a class heading social and national liberation movement is, the more democratic elements are contained in the ideological and political concepts of the nationalistic movement. This is important in revolutionary practice in order to determine what aspects of nationalism should be supported by revolutionaries, what aspects should be overcome and what bolstered up. It is important to realize that only democratic elements should be supported, with a view to overcoming nationalism as such. To overcome the distorted character of the nationalistic form of the movement, to give democratic elements the opportunity to develop and get rid of that form and merge with scientific socialism, such are the necessary conditions determining the attitude of revolutionaries to the varieties of nationalism of an anti-imperialist, general democratic character. It should be specially emphasized that there are such varieties and forms of nationalism which lack a general democratic content. In this lies the main reason for the worldwide denunciation of racism. The growing opposition of peoples to national inequality has long become a burning social necessity. This has been reflected in the UN resolutions on the struggle against racism and racial discrimination. These resolutions emphasize the coincidence of the interests of peace and social progress with the provision of the basic rights and freedoms of men without any distinctions or limitations, including race, the color of skin, or national or ethnic origin. The complete eradication of racism, apartheid, and other such nationalistic phenomena requires comprehension of their interconnections and the knowledge of the content and forms of the manifestations of modern nationalism. There is no general democratic content in the fascist type of nationalism of the ruling bourgeoisie, either. This group, apart from 17-0370-257, racism, also includes two more forms of chauvinism connected with the Jewish question – Zionism and anti-Semitism. In the socialist countries, these reactionary forms of modern nationalism have been denounced morally, ideologically, and legally, which furnished a good example for denunciation of Zionism in the well-known resolution of the UNO. The ideology, policy, and social practice of racism, Nazism and Zionism that have been legalized in a number of countries, have dealt a serious blow at social progress. We speak not only about the millions of direct victims of man-hating ideological and social practices, race and national discrimination and national oppression. History alone will be able to ascertain the social and moral harm that has been inflicted on several human generations by the spreading of racism, Nazism, and chauvinism. Meanwhile, bourgeois literature voices an opinion about the fatal inevitability of nationalism. The latter is being used by imperialist reactionaries in its global strategy of eroding, weakening, and undermining socialism and all revolutionary forces of our day. All hopes of anti-socialist strategists for the shockwave of nationalism are presented in most differing versions. The national question is described as a fatal and insoluble one, the present epoch is depicted as an age of nationalism, etc. Moreover, attempts are being made to present nationalism as some eternal and independent phenomenon which allegedly dominates main ideologies today. These are, above all, the political ideology of the working class, the theory of scientific socialism. The socialist alternative to nationalism is quite clear. Even anti-communist literature has much to say about the incompatibility of socialism and nationalism. In most cases the elementary solution, either socialism or nationalism, is offered. There are quite a few writings with rather pretentious titles like Nationalism, The Last Stage of Communism. These examples show that imperialist reactionaries rely on the poisonous influence of nationalism and sponsor deviations from and distortions of the internationalist ideology and policy in some socialist countries. The causes of nationalist sentiments and deviations in 258. Some socialist countries more often than not are rooted in the past history, they do not stem from the essence of socialism, they do not correspond to its true internationalist nature. Nevertheless, the process of overcoming nationalist vacillations in socialist countries, all the more so in the countries of socialist orientation, cannot be spontaneous and come about by themselves. A scientific comprehension of nationalism as a worldwide social phenomenon and an ideological political problem is based on an analysis of the growing role of national ties in social development. Firstly, it is an indisputable fact that attempts to solve the national question even in industrialist countries have failed. This is shown by facts and events which proved unexpected and incomprehensible for many, but which confirmed the Marxist view of the class nature of national antagonisms. Let us cite as an example the racial and national conflicts in the United States, the intensification of national strife in Canada and Belgium, and bloody national religious conflicts in Great Britain. Secondly, the penetration of international monopolies in the economies and social life of non-socialist countries, contradictions of economic integration and, particularly, international energy, ecological and currency crises, have sharply exacerbated the problems of genuine national interests and national sovereignty. It is highly indicative that this concerns not only the outlying provinces of the Western world, but also capitalist countries of different development levels. Thirdly, the turning of the working class into an absolute majority of the population in a number of industrialist Western countries has drawn general national interests closer to the working people's interests, and primarily, with the interests and requirements of the working class itself. The opposite character of the interests of the working majority of nations and the interests of the ruling bourgeoisie, which used to come out on behalf of the entire nation, has become more clearly revealed. Fourthly, the growing role of national ties on a worldwide scale is facilitated by some new phenomena. Among them are national consolidation, the formation of nationalities, and 259 nations in the newly free colonial and dependent countries. The transformation of socio-ethnic communities on the socialist basis, as well as the emergence of a new type of relations between socialist nations. All these new phenomena are subject to both nationalistic and internationalist interpretations. Neglect or deliberate falsification of the qualitative distinction of national relations in different social systems and substitution of national forms for the class content of social movements are characteristic of anti-socialist concepts. Exaggeration of the role of national ties and their absolutization are manifested in the attempts to oppose the ideological platform of the so-called third way to scientific socialism. This has been expressed, for example, in various concepts of continental or national socialism, African socialism, for one. The concepts of African socialism expressing the interests of groups and sections of a petty bourgeois type, emerged on the African continent at the beginning of the 1960s at the early stages of the struggle for political and economic decolonization. They have been taken by the leading elements of some national liberation movements. The ideological and economic programs of African socialism are connected with the names of L. Senghor, J. Kenyatta, H. Bourguiba and other national leaders of African peoples, who interpreted and used socialist ideas from the positions of petty bourgeois democratism and nationalism. Representatives of modern bourgeois science are striving to conceal the anti-imperialist tendencies of African socialism, emphasizing at the same time the nationalist elements of that concept. Attempts are being made to prove that African conditions give rise to some special doctrine of development, hostile not so much to imperialism and colonialism as to scientific socialism. Simultaneously, the absolutization by African socialists of the specific features of the developing countries is emphasized in every way possible. They are trying to lend national originality and uniqueness to their doctrines. These interpretations aim at camouflaging the indisputable fact that from the very beginning the concepts of African socialism had an anti-imperialist trend and took shape, despite their petty bourgeois character, as an ideological 260 weapon designed for the struggle against colonialism. It can be assumed that overestimation of national aspects was, to some extent, justified at the initial stages of the formation of the ideology of the African National Liberation Movement, as a means to awaken the self-awareness of some sections of society, and was subordinated to the objective requirement of the struggle for national emancipation. The course at decolonization, the overcoming of the economic and social backwardness of newly free African states and rebuff to encroachments on their freedom and independence were in the center of attention of African socialists. This course was embodied in the national concepts of the so-called Senegalese, Kenyan and Tunisian socialism. The concepts of African socialism are characterized by the striving to adapt theory to political and economic practice. For instance, this socialism presupposes the preservation of community in African village, state support of the patriarchal mode of production and its gradual proliferation from rural community to all other spheres of the economy and social life. National states are assigned the role of economic regulators. This economy, which is termed socialist, is described as multi-structural, functioning in the conditions of the preservation and expansion of private property and private enterprise. At the same time, the need to nationalize the leading branches of the economy is rejected. As is known, the theory and practice of scientific socialism recognize, in the conditions of the transition period from capitalism to socialism, the possibility of the coexistence of a number of socio-economic structures, among which the socialist one should play the leading role. The size and internal composition of various structures, the forms and rates of their evolution towards socialism depend on the real social and economic conditions of each country taking the road to socialism. Marxist scholars realize difficulties and the social and economic immaturity of a number of African countries, which retards the course of transformations towards socialism, but they cannot agree with attempts to identify some or other transitional national forms with the real content of socialism. Development towards socialism is determined by the leading 261 social and economic role of the socialist structure. Meanwhile, in the mixed economy as it is understood by the theorists of African socialism, the leading role among different structures is assigned to African community. Communal tribalist views take pride of place in most concepts of African socialism. According to these concepts, the existing communities in Africa are nearly complete cells of socialism. A reform of agrarian relations should boil down to the restoration of the relations existing in African community that have been shattered and distorted under capitalism. African socialists consider return to the African traditional socio-economic system of land tenure and economy, that is, to community, to be the socio-economic goal of socialism. Such an interpretation of community is assessed by some African statesmen and public figures as the key idea of African socialism. The adherents of this view believe that the possibilities of solution and reconciliation of all agrarian, economic, and political contradictions in liberated Africa by that special method which was bequeathed to Africans by their ancestors, lie in community. There is no doubt that nihilism with regard to widespread viable communal forms would deprive the political force that allowed such nihilism of the support of a greater part of society, primarily, the peasantry. The agrarian problems in the majority of the young African states constitute the core of public interests. The rate and trends of socio-economic transformations are determined by a great proportion of the peasantry in the social structure, a high share of agricultural output in the national product, and also by the fact that many rural inhabitants were active fighters of the national liberation movement. A careful attitude to communities, measures for their inclusion in the process of progressive socio-economic transformations necessarily form a part of consistent revolutionary democratic programs of some African states. In contrast to the adherents of petty bourgeois African socialism, revolutionary democratic ideologists in a number of African countries realistically assess the dual nature of the communal structure and reveal the limited potentialities of natural and small-scale commodity production as one of the 262. Major factors in the drive for economic and social progress. Admitting that production relations in this traditional cell of African society can be used for the formation of socialist relations, supporters of revolutionary democratic transformations at the same time emphasize that these requisites cannot develop into socialism spontaneously, without the leadership of more revolutionary and conscious sections of society, without industrial production, without deep transformations in the social and technical foundations of communal production. It is also pointed out that community relations contain the possibility of the development of intracommunal exploitation on the part of chiefs, elders, sorcerers, and other persons making use of obsolete communal customs and mores. Representatives of revolutionary democrats in Africa, coming out as they do for the use and gradual reorganization of communal production in the process of formation of national economies, acknowledge the possibility of the development of some democratic traditions of African community in the interests of socialism. However, African community is not regarded by revolutionary democrats as a finished cell of a future socialist society. Along with idealizing African community, the concepts of African socialism favor the development of capitalist enterprise in the forms of local, national, partly foreign, capital, often denouncing imperialism and the organization of production the European way. Supporters of these views advocate the accumulation of private property and openly welcome the emerging African capitalists as a matter of national pride, as another proof of the full value of the black race. The idealization of the accumulation of private property influences the views of the supporters of African socialism in the timely question of the nationalization of private capitalist enterprises. The optimum model of socialism includes, as African petty bourgeois socialists believe, three sectors, private, mixed and socialized, that interact on the basis of a sound competition. The private sector, for example, should include banks, trade and industry, the mixed sector private and state management in the sphere of transport and power engineering, while the socialized sector entire agriculture based on 263. Community land tenure. The ideologists of African socialism see the main task of state, administrative and economic management in the broadest decentralization of economic power, that is, entirely, in the formation and development of the relations of pre-monopoly capitalism in a certain African version. The agrarian reform, solution of the food problem and the creation of new taxation and credit systems, etc. should be subordinated to the development of local capitalism. All these changes are effected by the state, which comes out in Africa as a body of the entire people, as it were, and can contribute to the development of just social and economic relations in the interests of the entire nation. Along with the social and class delimitation of forces in young African states, the concepts of African socialism more and more displayed features dangerous for the revolutionary movement: petty bourgeois romanticism, utopianism, bent for making declarations, etc. Under modern conditions of the growing maturity of the social forces in African states, especially those which have taken the road of socialist development, African socialism in its initial, undifferentiated forms enters into an insoluble contradiction with the interests of the African people's struggle for their social emancipation. African socialism, with its ideas of the preservation of backward forms of production relations and dangerous illusions that the liberation of working people is possible under capitalism, is rejected by supporters of consistent democratism and scientific socialism. More often than not, the basis of the non-Marxist concepts of a national or continental way to socialism is formed by a combination of nationalist and clerical ideology, or an eclectic mixture of nationalism, clericalism, and falsely interpreted socialism. This is why the logic of national struggle, the desire to break away from the shackles of neocolonialism and the difficulties involved in social and national transformations. 264. Frequently bring leaders and participants of national liberation movements to the ideas of genuine scientific socialism. The class struggle against imperialist intrigues convincingly proves the vitality and a just nature of scientific socialism and proletarian internationalism. Any violation of the principles of proletarian and socialist internationalism is a deviation from the radical class interests of the working people of the socialist countries and the entire world. A class approach to national relations exercised by revolutionary socialists is expressed in that they are both patriots and internationalists. They reject national narrow-mindedness, negation, or underestimation of national interests and a bend to hegemonism. A purposeful, active, and efficient class struggle against bourgeois nationalist deviations, against racism, chauvinism and tribalism is an important condition for revolutionary education and cohesion of all working people, a requisite for success in anti-imperialist struggle. The dissemination of genuinely scientific socialist ideology, the elaboration of these or other versions of revolutionary social transformations on its basis is an indispensable condition for solving national problems in Asian and African countries. Transition to socialism bypassing the capitalist structure, though using private enterprise in the interests of the nation, is undoubtedly a long and difficult historical process. However, neither difficulties and obstacles, nor temporary setbacks and defeats, nor national and historical distinctions remove historical necessity. They cannot overshadow or change the objective historical prospect formulated by Marxist-Leninist science that all nations will inevitably come to socialism. 265. Chapter 8. Political Relations, the State, and Social Management. An examination of the historical place and role of classes and nations in social development shows that the question of power has always been the center of class struggle, political relations between classes, nations, and states, and the principal question of social revolutions. Philosophy discloses the historical and class character of social political relations, all state forms of social power, the social essence and historical place of an exploiter state, revolutionary states of a transitional type, and the development of socialist statehood. 1. The state and political system of exploiter society. In their everyday practice, revolutionaries frequently have to confront a certain prejudice of many working people toward the sphere of state power and politics, which they regard as something mysterious and incomprehensible. Quite a few rank-and-file citizens are traditionally convinced that to govern society is a lot of the chosen few, educated and specially trained people. The state in that case comes out as some mystical force in which preordained historical destinies of peoples are concentrated. The history of mankind shows scientific concept that society is a social organism of the state which is constantly growing and developing. As economic, class, national and other social relations are progressing, the structure of social life becomes more complex. Society is capable not only of changing its structure, but also of developing in the direction of self-organization, self-regulation and self-government. Social power as a center of self-government in a social system comes out in different historical forms. The primitive nature of the social division. 266. Of labor, equals percentile differentiation, the absence of class interests and coincidence of the immediate socio-economic interests of men under the primitive communal system predetermined stateless forms of social self-government. Social power belonged to all members of primitive group which temporarily entrusted necessary functions of managing some or other types of collective activities and social processes to their elected representatives. Isolation, detachment of the self-government function from working collectives, from the popular masses and subsequently its counterposing to the interests of the people take place as a result of social and class differentiation in societies based on private ownership. It is in these conditions that new elements of the social structure, political and legal social relations emerge. Political relations are derived from the economic basis social relations which objectively take shape between classes, nations, and states. Political relations express, in a concentrated form, the socio-economic interests of social classes. Due to private property and growing economic domination, the exploiter class gradually acquires the material possibility to organize its own rule and management and submit the whole of society to its will. At first, subordination of the traditional institutions of society serves this aim. Among them are councils of the elders, cult and religious organizations and organizational forms of tribal, family, clan and caste communities. With subordination of society and its traditional institutions to the will of the class that rules economically, the regulation of social life and social management acquires a political character. It now serves the purpose of the organized suppression of the downtrodden and exploited, and the attainment of the economic and political aims of the exploiters. Social power now acquires a class, political form, the form of the state. In antagonistic societies, political power is always the state of the most powerful, economically dominant class, which, through the medium of the state, becomes also the politically dominant class, and thus acquires new means of holding down and exploiting the oppressed class, wrote Engels in The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. Thus, the state is an organization of the political power of the ruling class, the main instrument of class domination, an organ of suppression of one class by another. Previously, social power corresponded to the people themselves, expressed the community of socio-economic requirements and interests of early human collectives. The class and state form of social power, while alienating itself from society, is called upon to defend the interests of the exploiters and keep the poor and exploited in submission. It is precisely the class nature of the state and its historical character that are denied and falsified by ideologists of the exploiter classes. In theological conceptions, it is maintained that the state is of a divine origin, power comes from God. Patriarchal theory bases the state on family and tribal relations, on blood kinship relations, and not on the territorial or economic ties. Some ideologists try to justify the existence of the exploiter state by psychological theory. According to it, people are helpless, weak-willed, and passive, and need constant guidance by active, strong-willed and energetic men. Versions of such a subjectivist psychological theory about great and strong personalities, leaders, are being purposefully propagated by ideologists of the imperialist bourgeoisie to justify suppression and the lack of rights of other peoples who are allegedly unable to exist independently and shape their life themselves. All these theories are insolvent because they do not disclose, but on the contrary, camouflage, the objective causes of the emergence of the state and its historical place and role in social development. At present, typical definition of the state widespread in the non-socialist world is one saying that the state is a legally organized nation. This outwardly innocent, non-political definition conceals the class essence and role of the exploiter state by identifying it with the nation, the people. This aim is also served by such slogans and concepts as a welfare state, a state of social justice, etc. In actual fact, however, beginning from early class societies, the state has been alienating social justice from people, appropriating the aggregate social will by the exploiter-privileged minority. The mystification of the place and role of the state widespread among the popular masses, incomprehensibility of state matters for the humble folk are typical enough of the countries of the non-socialist world. They show the degree of the alienation of the will and right of each individual, or personality, from participation in governing society. The antagonistic character of labor activity is the economic basis of the socio-political alienation of personality. This can be seen especially vividly under capitalism, when the direct producer of material benefits is deprived of the means of production, the possibilities of management and the right to own results of his work. The alienation of personality in the sphere of the economy, politics, and culture, its forced inclusion in the relations of domination and submission are consolidated by the political power of the exploiters. From the very moment of its emergence, the state is characterized by essential distinctive features. First, the emergence of public power with special groups of people dictating their will and ensuring political oppression and spiritual enslavement with the help of such means as the apparatus of the officials, the army, legal, punitive and other bodies, is typical of the state. These component parts and instruments of public power appeared in place of the force of traditions, customs, and habits which used to regulate the behavior and actions of the individuals in clan collectives. THIRD-WORLDISM. 1. This alienation typical of antagonistic societies can be interpreted as depersonalization, isolation of man and opposition to him of products, results of his personal and social activity, their domination over his life, behavior, and way of thinking. 269. Secondly, the state unites its subjects territorially, instead of on the basis of blood relationship. Territorial boundaries contribute to the government protection of the political and economic interests of the ruling class. Within these bounds is manifested such a feature of state organization as permanent taxes from the population which are used for maintaining the apparatus of state power. Through that apparatus the basic tasks and trends of the activity and functions of the state are implemented. The class essence of the exploiter state is expressed in its principal functions. The state affects political, military, physical, and spiritual violence and suppresses their resistance of the exploited and downtrodden. It ensures the protection of the existing system, supports the exploiters on the top of the social pyramid and upholds the interests of the ruling class in international political and economic relations. Along with these basic functions, the exploiter state more or less actively regulates interpersonal relations between citizens and strives to govern not only individuals, but also social groups to a measure and when it is convenient and advantageous to the ruling class. The concrete essence and correlation of the functions change in different types and forms of the exploiter state. The historical types of the state are in general determined state and its forms by corresponding socio-economic structures. Each society based on one or another form of private ownership and class antagonisms has a corresponding historical type of an antagonistic state: slave-owning, feudal and bourgeois. The historical possibility of transitional and mixed economic structures and class relations can lead to the emergence of non-basic types of the state which are of a temporary character. As a rule, such state forms express the specificity of transition from one socio-economic structure to another, for instance, transition from pre-class to early class societies in ancient times, or the present transition from exploiter society to socialism. Both the basic and transitional types of states can exist in various forms. The concept of the form of the state includes the forms of government, the state structure and political regime. The existence of various forms of state power and state structure and their change within the framework of one and the same type do not alter the essence of the exploiter state. The slave-owning type of the state existed in the form of slave-owning democracy, aristocratic slave-owning republic, monarchy. Under feudalism, power and government were organized in the form of the sovereignty of large possessions, feuds and principalities, feudal monarchy, absolute monarchy, aristocratic city republics. Most characteristic of the rule of the bourgeoisie are parliamentary or presidential republics, although there exist parliamentary monarchies limited by constitutions. By their structure, both monarchy and bourgeois republic can have the form of an unitary state and the form of a federation. Conformably to the forms of government and state structure, of still greater significance for revolutionary practice is scientific understanding of the concept of political regime. Political regime is understood as the sum total of methods and means of exercising the dictatorship of the ruling class in the given concrete historical conditions. Under capitalism, political regimes represent methods of the struggle of the bourgeoisie for its interests and defense of its rule, these methods changing and intertwining in various combinations. One of them is the method of direct violence, refusal to make any concessions to the liberation movement, support of all old and obsolete institutions and outright rejection of reforms. Reaction along all lines inherent in imperialism has been vividly reflected in militarism, and in the form of fascism in some European states. European fascism was an open terrorist form of the dictatorship of the imperialist bourgeoisie. Such are, in essence, the military fascist and other tyrannical political regimes in a number of capitalist countries. Another method of the rule of the bourgeoisie is the so-called liberal method. In its essence, this method means steps on in the direction of reforms, concessions, etc. In this instance, the bourgeoisie exercises its rule, acting on behalf of the people and disguising it by the democratic institutions and legal standards that it itself allowed. Consequently, Political regimes serve as indicators of how the political system of a given state is functioning and what possibilities are available to implement the civil rights and freedoms proclaimed by the ruling class. In this connection, it is necessary to comprehend the Marxist meaning of the concepts of right and political system. Bourgeois law, as Marx and Engels. The concept of noted in Communist Manifesto. Is political systems the will of the ruling class made into law? The essence of that will is determined by the material conditions of the life of the bourgeoisie itself. Law, from the very moment of its historical emergence, has always a class character and is to be an instrument of coercion and violence in the hands of the ruling class. Right can be defined as a sum total of the standards of behavior established by a given state and legalized by laws. Bourgeois law legalizes, above all, the objective relations of ownership. Besides, law legalizes the social relations between classes, social groups, various family and socio-ethnic communities and people who are their members. Legal standards also embrace the legal status and rights of some or other social institutions and organizations. Through legal standards, the state mainly influences all types of the activities of people, their social relations and entire social life. Political and legal standards, together with political relations emerging on the concrete economic basis, as well as political ideologies reflecting them, are the component parts of the political system of bourgeois society. However, the nucleus of a political system is concentrated in the state, its apparatus, and those political organizations and institutions which formulate and implement policies and regulate political relations. The concept of political system includes different structural elements. First, political institutions. 272. The state, political parties, and organizations. Secondly, communications connecting citizens, communities, and social groups with political power, the center of the regulation of vital activities. Thirdly, legal and political standards, traditions, the ethical standards of political life, and, fourthly, political ideology and legal consciousness, used as the means of political guidance. All these elements of a political system are closely connected with one another, and political organization cannot be correctly understood in isolation from the standard system operating in society, dominating political ideology, etc. The first, principal specific feature of a political system is its priority over other spheres of society, due to the exercise of power compulsory for the whole of society. The concept of power is the main characteristic of a political system in contrast, for example, to an economic system for which the principal thing is the idea of property. The second specific feature is its dependence on the economic, social, and cultural spheres of society. Political system is a superstructure whose nature is ultimately determined by society's economic basis, its social structure. The third specific feature is the high activity of its special apparatus, a mechanism of impact on the whole of society, the right and opportunity to guide and regulate its entire activity. The fourth specific feature is the relative independence of its structural elements, the state apparatus, parties, social institutions, and special standards legal and political. These features can be referred to political systems of various types. They have a concrete social content in each class economic structure, at each stage of its development. Power, politics. Government. Such are the main parameters of any political system. In political life, the concept of the state is used in two meanings. In a narrow sense, the state is an institution of a political system having an apparatus of coercion at its disposal, and in a broad sense, this is an official manifestation of the whole of society. In the latter instance, as an official expression of entire society, the concept of the state is used as a synonym of political system. In this sense, it is usually gained capitalist state, socialist state, developing state. The philosophy of scientific socialism regards the state not only in a narrow sense, but also in the sense of political structure. Examining its social and class role as a mechanism of suppression and domination, a mechanism of coercion, philosophical and legal science regards the state at the same time as public power, as a form of the existence of an antagonistic society, as a definite organized community. Consequently, the concept of political system is broader than that of the state in a generally accepted meaning of the word. It is also broader than the concept of political organization of society, although the latter is the most essential element of a political system. It is precisely through political organizations that the basic aims and tasks of society are advanced, and the determination of a political course, the formation of political and legal standards and the mobilization of its citizens proceed. But political system cannot be reduced to political class organizations only. Real political life and political relations are much broader than the activities of political organizations. They include, apart from political and legal standards, the political relations of various social communities characterizing the functioning of a political system and its interaction with other systems. The state legal and political superstructure of bourgeois society has undergone considerable historical changes. The formation and development of bourgeois statehood signified the victory of a new social system over archaic feudal and pre-feudal socio-political and legal relations. The emancipation of the working masses from the old forms of non-economic coercion and personal traditional and legal dependence was legalized. The class essence of bourgeois state was expressed in the preservation of the economic foundation of antagonistic society, the private ownership of the instruments and means of production and the exploitation of man by man. This class essence was preserved in the epoch of imperialism, state monopoly capitalism. Changes in the concrete historical essence of the power of the bourgeoisie were expressed in the growing relative independence of the bourgeois state, its increasing interference in economic life and the maturity and variety of the entire political system. Under state monopoly capitalism, such levers as state incentives to the monopoly concentration of production and capital, redistribution by them of a greater share of the national income, the granting of military orders to monopolies, the government financing of development programs of industry and research, elaboration of programs of economic development on a countrywide scale, the policy of imperialist integration, new forms of the export of capital, technique, and technology, are being increasingly used. New historical conditions and new phenomena in the development of the political systems of bourgeois society, especially political power under state monopoly capitalism, have advanced new aspects of the struggle for political power before social science and revolutionary practice. This explains a creative search conducted by the revolutionary parties of industrial capitalist countries for concrete ways and forms of restricting and liquidating the omnipotence of monopolies and gaining political power by the working class and its allies. At the same time, the anti-socialist, ideological, and political pressure of imperialist monopolies on the communist and workers' movement has sharply intensified in these countries. More energetic attempts are being made by imperialism to counterattack, ideologically and politically, the historical advance of world socialism. In these conditions, the struggle on many questions of the theory and practice of the state and law, dictatorship, and democracy becomes much more acute. Orient oneself more correctly dictatorship and in such politically acute prob-democracy lems as dictatorship and democracy. One should, first of all, comprehend the scientific, Marxist-Leninist essence of these concepts. In bourgeois sources, the term democracy is often used to camouflage the class essence of the state by a more or less broad participation of the working masses in election campaigns, in elections to government bodies. In some instances, the term democracy used by bourgeois literature means a form and philosophy of life, that is, the ideals and principles of the behavior and relations of people. In this sense, democracy sometimes means the mode of life in bourgeois society in which legal equality of citizens has formally been proclaimed. As for dictatorship, this term usually denotes unrestrained violence in its most brutal, inhuman forms. In the history of the past, it is used to mean the power of tyrants and despots, whereas conformably to present conditions, dictatorship is identified with totalitarian regimes, that is, with the all-embracing control and direct violence of the state. Marxist literature also used different meanings of the term democracy. The principal one is literal, a direct translation from Greek, the power of the people. Another version denotes a legal feature of the state. The point is that the source of political power is the will of the majority of citizens and that power ensures civic freedoms and equal rights. In this case, the word democracy is a synonym of the rights and freedoms of citizens. From the Marxist point of view, democracy is ultimately determined by production relations in a given society and comes out as a political form of class dictatorship. In turn, dictatorship is interpreted as a way of implementing domination. A system of political domination based on force. In contrast to bourgeois interpretations, the point is to bring forth, above all, class political domination based on an objective economic foundation. Consequently, in antagonistic societies the state always remains a democracy for the ruling class and a dictatorship for the oppressed and exploited classes. Thus, democracy here characterizes the degree of alienation of the popular masses from practical participation in governing society and determining and implementing the internal and external policies of the state. Even in conditions of a representative bourgeois democracy gained by the working class in the struggle against the exploiters, the popular masses are virtually deprived of the possibility to determine the basic trends and current state policy. The anti-popular essence of bourgeois democracy of the monopolistic minority was revealed in the epoch of imperialism. The growing crisis of bourgeois democracy manifests itself in a number of characteristic features. First, in the existence of political regimes of violence in capitalist countries, sometimes of a military fascist or terrorist type. Secondly, in the abolition of restriction of the rights and freedoms won by the working class and working masses and in encouragement of conservative and even counter-revolutionary terrorist groups and organizations. Thirdly, in the dominance of government bureaucracy and growing discrepancy between the activities of the executive, legislative and legal authorities. Fourthly, in a well-pronounced personal union between representatives of monopolies, big capital, and state power. This emphasizes the formal character of bourgeois parliamentarism, when the will of monopolies is realized through executive power, or, on the contrary, through parliamentary acts, evading or defying the opinion of other representatives of a political system. Fifthly, in the organization of military-industrial complexes and in the growing influence of the right-wing military and neo-fascist circles, as well as the intelligence and police apparatus on domestic and foreign policies of the state. The political experience of the last few years in some capitalist states convincingly shows an increase in the anti-democratic trends of the power of imperialist monopolies. Monopoly capital, especially in crisis situations, easily tends to seriously restricting, and even abrogating, the bourgeois democratic freedoms won, and takes harsh economic, political, and ideological measures in order to prevent the anti-monopolistic democratic forces from scoring success. This concerns all aspects of social life, including national relations. As has been demonstrated before, an important criterion of genuine democracy is its ability to solve the national question. Support rendered by industrial capitalist countries to racism and white chauvinism, racial discrimination and apartheid and state measures hampering the process of decolonization and the national self-determination of peoples also testify to the poor state of bourgeois democracy. These features of the crisis of the exploiter mechanism of management of society through violence and suppression of people and the working masses convincingly demonstrate that the exploiter forms of democracy have outlived themselves historically, and there is a need to replace them by an anti-imperialist, anti-monopolistic revolutionary democracy of the working people. Two revolutionary states of a transitional type. Revolutionary struggle in modern antagonistic societies, for power right up to the triumph of revolution. A sharp day-to-day struggle of the working people against the dictatorship of the exploiter classes is going on. In his notebooks on imperialism, V.I. Lenin disclosed the specific features and prospects of these class battles. The struggle for socialism lies in the unity of the struggle for the immediate interests of the workers and the revolutionary struggle for power, for expropriation of the bourgeoisie, for the overthrow of the bourgeois government and the bourgeoisie. This struggle is unfolding within the framework of the established political systems and exerts a considerable influence on the mechanism of the bourgeois state, its internal and external functions, on the activities of political parties and organizations and on the political consciousness of the popular masses. It follows from the experience of this struggle that the attitude of genuine revolutionaries to the existing forms of the state should be creative and flexible. True revolutionary spirit has nothing in common with anarchist, extremist and demagogic calls for the immediate destruction of a repressive state apparatus and with the denial of political power and the state in general. The dialectics of modern political development is such that prior to the winning of political power the working class should head the popular masses' struggle for democracy. This is why European Marxists justly emphasized that today as never before it was necessary to step up the struggle for protecting and developing democratic rights in order to stem the growing tendency of monopoly capital to resort to repressive and authoritarian methods of its rule. In some modern antagonistic states, with their regime of open violence and terror, an important revolutionary task is the gaining of elementary bourgeois democratic rights and freedoms, the freedom of speech, assembly, strikes, and the trade unions and political parties of the working people. In outlying capitalist countries and in the former colonies developing along the capitalist road, the broadening of representative bourgeois democracy constitutes an essential prerequisite and condition for the revolutionary process. A revolutionary party of scientific socialism should help the working class as the main figure of anti-imperialist democracy to get rid of illusions and errors concerning various elements of the bourgeois political system: legislative, executive and legal power, the state apparatus, bourgeois parties, etc. For one, it would be wrong to proceed in all cases from the traditional prejudices of the working masses toward all and sundry state apparatus officials, military men, and intellectuals. We have noted certain class shifts and the growth of opposition and even revolutionary sentiments among the middle sections and social groups. This is why the struggle for revolutionary political power should include organizational and ideological and political work in the army and the police and the drawing of government officials and representatives of the intelligentsia to the side of the revolutionary and patriotically minded forces. Speaking figuratively, one should learn to see and support red shifts among white collars, soldiers and officers. Revolutionary experience shows an important role played by soldiers, patriotically minded officers, and some government officials who, in certain concrete historical conditions, take the side of the people in their struggle for the restoration and gaining of their sovereign right to lead and control society. Of great historical value is the experience of a revolutionary transformation of an old state and political system accumulated in the countries of socialism and socialist. 279. Orientation. The principle of a revolutionary class essence of state's approach to the questions of the transitional type state and social management demonstrates the radical opposition of the essence and aims of social power in antagonistic societies and those under socialism. This principle is especially important in the modern epoch. The growing role of the state in social life, a search and use of efficient means of management are accompanied by a sharp increase in the social demagogy of the exploiters and contributes to delusions and philistine ideas about the real place and role of the state under capitalism and socialism. This principle acquires an ever greater significance in analyzing the problems of political organization and social management in young states freed from colonial oppression that have chosen the socialist path of development. The revolutionary energy of peoples in the latter half of the 20th century has destroyed the centuries-old domination of the imperialist colonialists. This historical event has received high appraisal of the international communist and working class movement. It is emphasized in its documents that the collapse of the system of colonial slavery under the impact of the national liberation movement is a major event in its historic significance, next to the formation of the world socialist system. More than 100 sovereign states have emerged in the world arena, states that have replaced former colonies and dependent countries. The first stage of the modern national liberation revolutions has ended in the winning of state political independence and international legal sovereignty. These revolutions have ended forever the colonial period of the history of the oppressed peoples. The colonialists have left a dire legacy to the peoples of newly free countries. It is manifested, as we have noted earlier, by the extreme backwardness of economic development, a multi-structural, archaic economy, the underdeveloped social and class structure and artificial obstacles to socio-ethnic and national consolidation. The specific features of the combination of these concrete conditions and mainly the historical maturity and correlation of the class forces predetermine the class essence, character, and content of political power in the young states. It should be specially noted that in political and even in scientific literature several concepts are used to characterize this large group of the former colonial and dependent countries, each of these concepts not always having a strictly defined essence. We have in mind such concepts as the Third World, developing, newly free, independent, non-aligned countries. The interpretation and use of these concepts are not generally accepted and sometimes their connotation causes scientific and political discussions. In our view, the term the Third World had a deep meaning during the period of the disintegration of the colonial system of imperialism. At present at least three groups have taken shape among the former colonial and dependent countries of the so-called Third World, those developing along the capitalist road, those that have chosen the socialist path, and countries where the problem of choosing the capitalist or socialist road is a subject of a most acute class struggle. The class essence of a national democratic state, its transitional nature are distinguished by that it is an instrument of power of a block of socio-class forces. These forces are interested in the struggle against the remnants of colonialism as well as against those local classes and sections which were connected with colonialism and prevented socio-economic advancement and the struggle for independence. This is why the ruling bloc of the class forces of a national democratic state, especially at the initial stages following liberation from colonial yoke, can include, apart from representatives of the working classes and sections workers, peasants, artisans, representatives of the national bourgeoisie and petty bourgeois strata. That has been the case of a majority of national democratic states in the course of the destruction of the imperialist colonial system. Along with the development of the national democratic state, the process of class demarcation in a country influenced the character of the state. Where the bourgeois oligarchic forces managed to dominate the state apparatus, national democratic states have degenerated into bourgeois ones. The 281. Development of the national democratic state and its gradual transformation into socialist is possible only if the class nucleus of the working people is steadily being consolidated and its leading role is becoming more pronounced. As the quantitative and qualitative growth of the working class proceeds apace, its hegemony and the leading role of the vanguard parties of scientific socialism are being consolidated. Consequently, the class essence of young national states is determined in accordance with the choice of their historical path. In some of them the local oligarchy preferred a class alliance with imperialist monopolies and thus subordinated state policy to the development of dependent capitalism. In other instances the capitalist development of a country is ensured at a state level by a block of clan tribal and feudal aristocracy with groups of the local bourgeoisie and bourgeois elements of the former colonial administration and the military political apparatus. The acuteness of class struggle and sharp changes in external and internal political conditions and the correlation of the domestic class forces predetermine in some of these countries a strengthening of executive power and a retardation of the organization and functioning of legislative and legal power, and even a trend toward authoritarian forms of political rule. The transitional socio-political structures that have come into being in these countries in the course of anti-colonial revolutions contrary to social and national interests are gradually being replaced by state power and political structures and elements of political systems of an exploiter type. The state of a bloc of the exploiter classes and the social groups standing close to them determines the essence and character of a developing political system, allowing or banning the functioning of some or other organs of power and management, social institutions, and political parties and organizations. In countries of capitalist orientation, the state is the central institution of political organization. By its class character and forms, four groups of such states can be distinguished. 282. First, those countries where the national bourgeoisie is in power on methods of class domination are characterized, as a rule, by some bourgeois-democratic features. Secondly, countries where state power belongs to a bloc of the exploiter classes, usually the bourgeoisie and landlords, whose political domination has a tendency to authoritarian rule. Thirdly, countries where state power, fully or predominantly, belongs to feudal lords, and political organization is as a rule of an openly reactionary character. In many of them absolute monarchy is the form of government, elected bodies are absent and all political parties banned. Fourthly, countries where the processes of class formation have not been completed and the real levers of state power are in the hands of an intermediate social group, the pro-bourgeois bureaucracy. Political organization there is also of a reactionary character. The political organization of countries of capitalist orientation is generally characterized by a great significance of the subjective factor and a special role of the political leader who, under a republican form of government, is simultaneously the head of the only one political party, president, finally a spokesman and often the founder of official ideology. Quite frequently a political leader strives to lend a legal form to his rule. A military regime established as a result of a military coup is a special variety of political regimes in countries of capitalist orientation. It is usually considered a transitional regime, although it can last years and sometimes even decades. More often than not, a military regime in these countries expresses the interests of reactionary classes and sections. Under such regime the constitution is abolished and replaced by acts of the military authorities, parliament is dissolved, appointed governors are substituted for the local bodies of self-government and the activities of all political parties and mass public organizations are banned. 283. State of Socialist. The theory and practice of orientation scientific socialism prove that it is possible to develop revolutionary states of a transitional type. A genuine national liberation revolution cannot allow a political machine to move by inertia, along the road of the colonial past. This is one of the general laws of the present anti-imperial struggle and political revolution. In capitalist countries, for example, anti-imperialist and anti-monopolistic democracy is also a transitional socio-political structure. It is an important link drawing society closer to directly socialist transformations. Evidently, transitional socio-political structures which emerge as a result of the victory of the anti-imperialist democratic forces have their specific features in countries with different levels of socio-economic and political advancement. Even in capitalist countries these structures should not be identified with the concept of scientific socialism about the transition period from capitalism to socialism which comes after the gaining of political power by the working class. This is all the more true of the transitional social structures of the former colonies and dependencies which have chosen socialist orientation in national democratic revolutions. At the same time, the intertwining of the democratic and the immediate socialist tasks and aims gives rise to certain common features in the activity of a revolutionary state. These features of transformations are typical of both the transitional period from capitalism to socialism, and a period of preparing conditions for direct socialist transformations. The emerging elements of a future political system in the countries of socialist orientation seem rather similar to the same elements in other developing countries. However, the very nature of a political system, the mode of its functioning and its purpose are different. The principal distinction lies in that political power here expresses the 284 interests of a wide block of the national democratic forces, predominantly the working people, not the exploiters, and the real instruments and levers of state management are in the hands of revolutionary democrats. In contrast to the countries of capitalist orientation, the new concept of the role of the party in society is being elaborated in the countries of socialist orientation. This refers, above all, to vanguard revolutionary democratic parties which are being formed in some of them. The leading role of a vanguard party is expressed, above all, in that it determines the main development trends of countries as a whole, and the ways of establishing a new state mechanism, law and political system. In some countries the concept of the leading role of the party is being developed, in accordance with which the party is assigned the role of political power and the state is considered only its technical instrument. Such a situation frequently leads to entrusting the party with the functions of government bodies and merging the party apparatus with the government apparatus. However, in many countries this insufficiently clear understanding of the leading role of the party with regard to government bodies is being gradually overcome. A transitional character of anti-imperialist democracy does not mean that it is classless. Its class nature is expressed in that the power of the exploiters and monopolies should be replaced by the power of the democratic and patriotically minded forces under the leadership of the working class. The establishment of anti-imperialist democracy in some or other state forms brings nearer a socialist transformation of society. This prospect depends on a favorable alignment and correlation of the class forces and on the establishment of the political leadership of the working class headed by a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist party. The modern revolutionary state of a transitional type represents the political power of the united revolutionary forces striving for the deepening and development of revolution. Examples of such transitional type of states are provided by the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat. 285. And the peasantry, as well as the dictatorship of national revolutionary democrats. The first emerges in the course of popular revolutions of a democratic type in which the working class plays the leading role, and together with the peasantry fights for turning this revolution into a socialist one. The second transitional type characterizes modern revolutions of social and national emancipation, if they are consistently implemented by a bloc of patriotically minded forces headed by revolutionary socialists. The state of national democracy is distinguished by an anti-imperialist essence and the implementation of necessary revolutionary measures for winning not only political independence, but also economic independence and ensuring and protecting the historical progress of one's own people. Instructive in this respect is the historical experience of political power and the formation of the political system in the Mongolian People's Republic. In contrast to a majority of other modern socialist states, Mongolia has traversed the path to socialism from a pre-capitalist socio-economic and political structure. The non-capitalist development of Mongolia was ensured by an anti-imperialist, anti-feudal popular democratic revolution which developed into a socialist revolution. The revolutionary process was developing within the framework of an individual country, under the leadership of a revolutionary democratic party guided by the principles of Marxism-Leninism and scientific socialism. Generalizing the experience of the development of the Mongolian state, Mongolian Marxists have defined this type of non-capitalist development as peasant democratic or popular democratic. They emphasize that the stage of democratic transformations should not be identified with the construction of socialism. Direct identification of the non-capitalist development path with the building of socialism of the popular democratic type can lead, theoretically, to accepting the possibility to build socialism without establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat. In the view of Mongolian Marxists, this gives rise to a simplified comprehension. 286. Of the formation of the socialist system in the specific conditions of the formerly backward countries, on the one hand, and on the other, to confusion of specific tasks and methods of general democratic transformations with direct socialist construction. The historical experience of Mongolia, therefore, provides an example of a popular democratic or peasant democratic type of successful advance to socialism. Two aspects of this experience are of special significance. First, constant all-round cooperation in the sphere of the economy, policy, and culture with the world socialist system. Secondly, the activity of the conscious revolutionary vanguard, the Marxist-Leninist political party, which has unswervingly been leading the country along the road to socialism and developing elements of the new political system. At a state level, this course was ensured by the establishment and development of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the working people. The revolutionary democratic state was gradually becoming one of the forms of the socialist state on the basis of the development of bodies of power and management, strengthening the political positions of the working class and all working people. A transitional revolutionary state has solved the agrarian question, restricted, and then fully ousted, the feudal and bourgeois elements and formed and consolidated the public and cooperative sectors. It developed national industry and contributed to the formation of the working class and people's intelligentsia and their close alliance with the peasantry in the struggle against the internal and external counter-revolutionaries. The experience of the non-capitalist development of the Mongolian People's Republic, where under the guidance of a Marxist-Leninist party the democratic stage of revolution turned into the socialist one, demonstrated that the general laws of socialist revolution and socialist construction operate in formerly backward countries, too. Despite difficulties and differences, in the countries that have chosen a socialist development path there is an affinity in the basic trends pursued by them. These are the 287. Gradual liquidation of the positions of imperialist monopolies and the local big bourgeoisie and feudal lords, and restriction of the activity of foreign capital. Among them, also are state control over the economy and transfer to the planned development of the productive forces, and encouragement to the cooperative movement in the village. These measures include the enhancement of the role of the working masses in social life and the strengthening of the state apparatus by national personnel loyal to the people, and the anti-imperialist nature of these countries' foreign policies. Naturally, transfer to socialism changes the forms of the manifestation of general laws. Nevertheless, the major tendency is always revealed in the development of a revolutionary state. It begins with the destruction of the political dictatorship of colonial regimes, especially their military and police repressive apparatus. The socialist choice is determined by the establishment of the working people's revolutionary democratic dictatorship, demonstrating the class essence of a young national democratic state of socialist orientation. Its main purpose and historical role consist in the carrying out and consolidation of the initial stage of a national liberation revolution and the gradual preparation of conditions for socialist transformations. This idea is emphasized in all political documents of the states of socialist orientation. The working class, in alliance with the peasantry and the revolutionary intelligentsia, will implement at this stage a revolutionary democratic dictatorship directed against the internal and external reactionaries, creating conditions for the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat at the stage of building socialism. 3. The state and the political system of socialism. Imperialism is not only trying to lower critical pressure in the boiling cauldron of social contradictions and class and national antagonisms it engenders. It is also trying to channel the social energy of the popular masses against the genuine revolutionary perspective, against socialism. With 288. This aim in view, various false concepts are being increasingly propagated which, on the one hand, disguise the dictatorship of the exploiters with various pseudo-democratic slogans, and on the other, falsify in every way socialist statehood and the socio-political structure of socialist countries. Among such falsifications are concoctions about totalitarian political regimes under socialism, monstrous analogies with the fascist dictatorship, vicious inventions about the dictatorship of the party elite under socialism, and other lies. Bourgeois ideologues and opportunists are seething with rage on account of the principal conclusions of the theory of scientific socialism about the state. Among them, first, the need to break and qualitatively transform the state machine of the exploiter classes. Secondly, the historical necessity of the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat for turning exploiter society into socialist. Thirdly, the conclusion about socio-economic prerequisites for the withering away of a socialist state and its development into a communist public self-government. Let us dwell on the essence of these major principles of the scientific theory of the state. It has been shown earlier that the concept of the by its class essence the state dictatorship of the in antagonistic structures proletariat protected the private property and domination of the exploiters. Despite some legal concessions wrested by the working people from the ruling class, the bourgeois state and law as a whole stand guard over the privileges of the exploiters who more and more often go beyond its limits, resorting to class arbitrary rule and lawless acts. Inasmuch as there can be no voluntary renunciation by the ruling classes of their property and privileges, and of the exploiter minority's violence over the working majority, there can be no withering away of the bourgeois state. Consequently, the destruction of the exploiter state machine is a historical necessity for the establishment of a principally new regulation of the economic, socio-political, and cultural processes of social life. By its objective position as the main productive and social force of modern society. 19-0370-289. The working class is the defender and promoter of such principles and ideals of equality, freedom, and human justice. As for the very term destruction, its Marxist-Leninist interpretation is not necessarily reduced to the use of arms, military methods, direct physical violence or the breaking of all state bodies and the government apparatus. This term denotes the class essence of the replacement of the old state machine. The point is to destroy, first of all, the political apparatus of violence of the minority over the majority, radically to transform executive and legislative power and abolish bourgeois exploiter law and the apparatus of coercion corresponding to it. As a result, the old state of the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie is turned into a radically new state, a state of the dictatorship of the proletariat. K. Marx and F. Engels in their Communist Manifesto pointed out that the first step in a workers' revolution would be the turning of the proletariat into the ruling class, the winning of democracy. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible, they wrote. In the new historical conditions, Lenin developed the theory about the dictatorship of the proletariat and upheld its principles against opportunistic distortions. He not only showed the historical place and class essence of the dictatorship of the proletariat, but disclosed its concrete content, the mechanism of functioning, the place in the political system of socialism and the historical forms and prospects of development. Under present conditions, it is essential to comprehend the Marxist meaning of the scientific concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. According to Lenin, it answers the question as to who is able to lead the whole mass of the working and exploited people in the struggle to throw off the yoke of capital, in actually carrying it out, in the struggle to maintain and consolidate the victory, in the work of creating the new, socialist social system, and in the entire struggle for the complete abolition of classes. Consequently, in a Marxist interpretation, the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat is nothing more than the political power of the working class, its political leadership in the struggle of the working masses for socialism. This interpretation has nothing to do with the pseudo-Marxist substitution of the individual power of a leader, backed by a military bureaucratic apparatus loyal to him, for the dictatorship of the proletariat, a substitution crudely violating proletarian democracy, legality, and the working people's rights. Contrary to reactionary opportunistic inventions, the gaining of political power by the working class is a historical necessity. The point is that a revolutionary solution of the conflict between the social character of the modern productive forces and the obsolete economic structure requires the abolition of the private ownership relations of domination and submission, and consequently, the suppression of the exploiter classes. A young socialist state comes out as the dictatorship of the majority of the people with regard to the exploiter minority, and coercive measures themselves are determined mainly by the degree and acuteness of the resistance put up by the exploiters. The founders of the theory of scientific socialism repeatedly emphasized the undesirability for the proletariat of extreme measures and acute forms of struggle. In their opinion, the proletariat had better paid off this gang by buying out property, government control, and checking exploiter activities. The experience of a number of socialist countries during the transition period shows that the efficiency of mixed enterprises and the drawing of small and middle industrialists to participation in the development of the national economy are closely connected with the strength, organization, and far-sightedness of the policy of the proletarian dictatorship as a form of the state. SSS. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a historically necessary form of revolutionary transition from exploiter capitalist society to socialism. It has to ensure triumph for socialist production relations and the construction of the foundation of socialism. This means that besides the suppression of the resistance of the exploiter classes, the establishment of dictatorship is necessary for the proletariat in order to lead the peasantry and all petty bourgeois forces. Through the state power and in close alliance with the non-proletarian working sections and groups in town and countryside, the working class convinces, unites, and organizes the popular masses, guides their activities and supervises the construction of socialist economy. Proletarian leadership at all stages of socialist construction is another and most important manifestation of the historical necessity of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In contrast to all forms of exploiter states, violence is far from being the main aspect of the dictatorship of the proletariat. In a state-organized struggle for the socialist transformation of the old society, coercive and peaceful, military and economic, administrative and educational means and methods are used. One or another state form of the dictatorship of the proletariat is necessary for the conscious and rapid creation of requisites and conditions for the withering away of the state and its transformation into a communist public self-government. From its inception, the socialist state is democratic in a new fashion, is a democracy of the working people, of the majority of society. Protecting the vital interests of the people, the socialist state expresses their aggregate social will and strives to implement their socialist ideals. Such is the class essence of all three known historical forms of the dictatorship of the proletariat: the Paris Commune of 1871 in France, the Soviet form in the USSR, and the People's Democracy form in a number of other modern socialist states. V.I. Lenin in his work The State and Revolution emphasized that the transition to socialism is certainly bound to yield a tremendous abundance and variety of political forms, but the essence will inevitably be the same, the 292. A dictatorship of the proletariat. The historical experience of socialist revolutions fully confirms the correctness of this idea of Lenin's. The concrete historical essence. Development of socialist statehood and its statehood functions considerably change in the course of the development of socialist society. Historical experience has demonstrated the basic phases in the development of socialist statehood. The first phase coincides, in the main, with the transition period from capitalism to socialism, the liquidation of the exploiter classes, the creation of the socialist basis and socialist superstructure, the establishment of the social relations of cooperation and mutual assistance. The dictatorship of the working class and proletarian democracy are characteristic of this phase, inasmuch as without political violence against the exploiters and state coercion it is impossible to ensure the ultimate victory of socialism. The second phase in the development of socialist statehood corresponds to mature, developed socialism. It is distinguished by the turning of various state forms of the dictatorship of the proletariat into a state of the whole people. The transformation of the dictatorship of the proletariat into a state of the whole people, and of proletarian democracy into socialist democracy of the whole people is a manifestation of the maturity of socialist social relations and the strengthening of the ideological, political, and moral unity of friendly classes and social groups. Inside the country the function of political violence withers away, the state ceases to be an instrument of class domination, becoming the nucleus of a principally new political system which expresses the aggregate will of equal members of socialist society. The state of the whole people is a comparatively new socio-political phenomenon typical of mature socialism. This should be specially emphasized due to the theoretical and practical urgency of the problem of the state of the whole people. It is known that some left pseudo-Marxists interpret the state of the whole people as a betrayal of socialism, as a bourgeois degeneration of the socialist state. Some of them formally refer to the fact that the founders of scientific socialism scathingly criticized the thesis about a people's state which put forward by the opportunists under the principally different conditions of developed capitalism. On the other hand, ideologists of the bourgeoisie and right-wing opportunists, distorting the essence and functions of the state of the whole people and its historical place, accuse real socialism of the lack of democracy. In reality, a state of the whole people is a necessary, historically determined stage of the development of socialist statehood. A radical change in the class structure of socialist society does not remove the necessity of state government, first of all, of state control over the measure of labor and consumption. Compared with the stage of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the state of the whole people plays an ever greater role in organizing the economy and managing culture and all forms of educational work. The main internal functions of the socialist state are concentrated, above all, around the planned management of social production, the entire economic life and culture. The state controls the implementation of the principle of socialism from each according to his ability, to each according to this work. There is still the need to ensure state preservation of the socialist social system and law and order, the fostering of a socialist attitude to work and to the new production and social discipline. The most important external functions of the state of the whole people are to develop and strengthen the relations of friendship, cooperation, and mutual assistance with the countries of the world socialist community and the countries of socialist orientation. The foreign policy of such state is aimed at rendering assistance and support to the liberation revolutionary movements of our day, ensuring peace and peaceful coexistence by active cooperation with other countries and strengthening the defense capacity of world socialism in the face of imperialist aggression. 294. The principal development trend of socialist statehood lies in the all-round advancement of democracy for the entire people and the drawing of all citizens to an active participation in managing the processes of socio-economic and cultural life. Without the active participation of the popular masses and the leading role of the working class, it is impossible to implement the historic tasks of transition to communism. Among these tasks are the creation of the material and technical base of new society, the transformation of socialist social relations into communist, and the molding of a harmoniously developed communist personality. Solution of these tasks, in turn, presupposes the gradual withering away of the socialist state and transition to stateless communist self-government. The objective conditions for the complete disappearance of the state will be created under mature communism when it becomes possible to implement the principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Such a high development of the material and intellectual culture of society will mean not only the liquidation of class distinctions, but also the eradication of essential differences between town and country, physical and mental labor, and the turning of labor into a prime requirement of men. Besides, a principally new level of unity of public and private interests should be achieved, a high consciousness and voluntariness in fulfilling the standards of communist mode of life and behavior, moral standards, habits of active participation in socialist management without any coercion on the part of the state should be fostered. Naturally, for the complete withering away of the socialist state, it is necessary to secure favorable external conditions. Most important of them are the victory of socialism and communism on a worldwide scale, the abolition of antagonistic societies, and the removal of the danger of imperialist aggression. Unless the sum total of these external and internal objective conditions is created, any socialist country will retain some or other forms of socialist statehood. At the same time, the dialectical character of the development of socialist statehood should be emphasized. Along with the development of 295. Socialism, the state withers away through its consolidation. The disappearance of some functions and strengthening of others, through changes in the political nature of management and its state forms, and their gradual replacement by forms of communist public self-government. Management of people characteristic of the antagonistic state forms of social power is gradually replaced by management of things, production, and other social processes. This historical perspective of the emergence, development, and disappearance of socialist democracy not only does not exclude but, on the contrary, intensifies the struggle for the all-round democratization of social life still within the framework of exploiter society. In the struggle for democracy, the social activity of the popular masses and their interest in state affairs are growing. This struggle fosters the habits of the preservation and rational utilization of technical means and mechanisms of managing economic production which have been created by modern capitalism. Profit, the creation of surplus. Aims and essence of value. These are the social aims, social management to which is subordinated the Entire management of social life under capitalism, embracing economics and politics, science and technology, culture and intellectual activity, and, finally, man himself. At present, bourgeois states began to implement state monopoly programming and regulation of the economic, political, military, social, and cultural spheres of capitalism. The system of managerism is developing for the sake of capitalist profit and the further universal exploitation of natural and human resources, not only at a national, but also at a transnational level between countries and groups of countries. Commodity and commodity money relations connecting the bourgeoisie and the proletarians within the framework of social relations engender such social phenomenon as alienation. Man often becomes devoid of personality, hostile to others, for he sees in them his rivals. The human is often subordinated to the material and personality is split. Profit corrodes society, undermines its unity. Due to its contradiction between 296. The social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation, between labor and capital, capitalism is unable to establish a centralist, scientifically substantiated management of society based on economic planning. A planned, conscious management of social production and social and cultural processes is only possible in socialist society. The right to carry out administrative functions that emerges on the basis of private capitalist ownership, is liquidated with the emergence of the socialist mode of production and the public ownership of the means of production. Power and management are a decisive requisite for the construction of new society. Criticizing the limited character of bourgeois democracy, Lenin noted that under it the sphere of management in society had always been that of the ruling class. He wrote, "At all costs we must break the old, absurd, savage, despicable, and disgusting prejudice that only the so-called upper class, only the rich, and those who have gone through the school of the rich, are capable of administering the state and directing the organizational development of socialist society." In his works A Great Beginning, QNCE again on the trade unions. On cooperation, How We Should Reorganize the Workers and Peasants Inspection, Better Fewer but Better, Lenin elaborated the basic principles of governing socialist society. Lenin's works, for instance, The Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Government, showed the general and specific features of the problems of government during the transition period. In the conditions of a war against imperialist intervention and internal counter-revolution, methods of suppression, methods of Red Guard attack on international and domestic capital predominated over methods of management. As a result of the Red Guard attack on capital, the commanding heights of Russia's economy passed over into the hands of the proletarian state, and the economic might of the landlords and bourgeoisie was undermined. Transition from the tasks of gaining power and military suppression of the exploiters to the tasks of governing the country became the main end. However, the leftist elements, basing themselves on the opportunistic theory of the permanent revolution, proclaimed their main task not to preserve the Soviet basis, not to strengthen and develop the productive forces, but to wage a class war against the world bourgeoisie. In contrast to this, Lenin laid emphasis on the task of inner organization, the creation of a uniform economic mechanism along the lines of socialist planning. He maintained that the Socialist Republic had its main impact on the development of the world revolution by force of its example. The creation of a higher organization of labor, as compared with that existing under capitalism, requires the turning of the entire economic mechanism into a uniform large economic organism working in such a manner that hundreds of millions of people should be guided by a single plan. In other words, such an economic mechanism should be created which would be based on the socialist methods of management, planned development of the national economy, a complex of administrative, economic, organizational, and educational methods of influence on the working masses and their material AFD moral stimulation. The socialist management rests on the socialization of production and labor and on the transfer on that basis of all means of production into public property. The deadlines and rates, methods, and forms of socialist transformations depend on the acuteness of class struggle, the preparedness of government bodies to govern society, and the ability of the proletariat to govern. Experience shows that during the process branches with the maximum concentration of production are expropriated, for they prove to be best prepared for socialization and government regulation. The Leninist principle of nationalization is based on economic expediency and strict planning of its implementation. Lenin substantiated in detail, for the first time in the history of Marxist thought, the thesis about the possibility of using state capitalism for the construction of socialist society, that is, a form of using private capital in the interests of socialism as a way of transition to the socialist socialization of the means of production. Lenin regarded state capitalism as a compromise which would include agreement on 298. The part of the dictatorship of the proletariat to apply a ransom policy with regard to the bourgeoisie, and on the part of the bourgeoisie agreement to let some of the most capable capitalists work as specialists, technicians, and organizers for a high salary. A possibility was envisaged to draw to economic construction both domestic and foreign capital in the form of industrialists, merchants, bourgeois cooperators of mixed banks, concessions, joint stock companies, etc., under government control. Foreign capital could only be used to a degree that would not undermine the country's economic and political independence. Inasmuch as socialism cannot be introduced by a decree and the economy cannot be reorganized at once, it is essential to take the key positions in the economy under control, make them state property. The following aspects of the Marxist theory of the socialization of the means of production play an important role. First, a change of the forms of property as an objective law of social development. Secondly, a consistent and uniform transformation of the key branches of the economy. Thirdly, the necessity to coordinate concrete measures with concrete circumstances of an economic, social and political nature, that is, revolutionary rhythm should conform to the real alignment of forces. The demand to socialize the means of production determines the perspective boundary socialism to which the mass democratic revolutionary movement naturally arrives as it accumulates experience and develops. Class struggle. A most important revolutionary measure is the introduction of account of and control over the production and distribution of goods. Lenin regarded account and control as a unity of two aspects. First, subordination of capitalists to regulation on the part of socialist state power and, secondly, the implementation of control from below, the public control on the part of industrial and office workers. The policies of the Communist and Workers' parties of the socialist countries presupposed the use of commodity money relations in the interests of building socialism. For the transition period and for the epoch of socialism, commodity production and such economic forms as money, credit, and banks 299 are necessary, which later become an instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the struggle for raising labor productivity and strengthening the state budget. While working out the problems of social management, the party considers the possibilities of guiding society's economic, political, social, and ideological development in accordance with the laws of the formation of a new socio-economic structure, with due account of objective circumstances and the historical situation that has taken shape. The main aim of the movement of a socialist social system is not material wealth, not capital and its accumulation, but man, his advancement, the best use of his abilities and satisfaction of his material and cultural requirements. During the transition period from capitalism to socialism, the new social system bears a noticeable imprint of the past, or the birthmarks of capitalism. The new destroys the old, transforms, shapes, establishes and consolidates the new structure, new relations between people and the new functions of the system based on the property of the working people united for joint work. A Marxist party affects political guidance of the construction of a new society, determines its development strategy, coordinates work of government bodies and shapes a policy with regard to personnel. Party leadership is the highest and most general and essential type of management. The policy of the party is implemented by government and economic bodies and public organizations which directly rule the whole of society on the basis of legislative power. This is shown by revolutionary experience, contrary to false anti-socialist views. A scientific philosophical non-Marxist Concept's dialectical approach is opposed of power and government to the bourgeois and opportunist interpretation of the problems of the dictatorship of the proletariat and democracy and the class essence of the state and government. The opportunists of the past and present do not accept, above all, the Marxist concept of power and its class essence. They do not want to comprehend the dialectical correlation of the dictatorship and democracy. But according to Lenin, the dictatorship does not 300 obligatory involve the abolition of democracy for the class which exercises the dictatorship over other classes, but it does mean the abolition of democracy for the class over which, or against which the dictatorship is exercised. It is highly indicative that renegades, opportunists, and open ideologists and politicians of the monopolies join forces against the Marxist-Leninist concept of the state and the social government of the dictatorship and democracy. Coming out against the collectivist concept of the organization of society, they oppose to Marxism the universal pluralism which, as they assert, excludes stagnation and makes revolution unnecessary. Some revolutionaries do not see as yet the anti-socialist essence of the concepts of class harmony, participation in governing, universal pluralism, etc., that are opposed to real socialism, above all, in the USSR and other countries. The opportunistic absolutization of the gradual character of a peaceful and democratic way of the implementation of pluralistic society is perceived not only as its opposition to the ways and forms of the construction of socialism, but also as a denial of a socialist nature of society and the state in East European countries. The doubtful novelty of the thesis about exclusively European or some other regional democracy, civilization, or socialism has long been refuted by revolutionary experience. It was not accidental that outstanding revolutionary democratic leaders emphasized that the terms Islamic, Arab, or ideal socialism are insolvent. There is only one socialism: scientific. Demagogic claims about the existence of some special socialism in the conditions of democracy and freedom involuntarily bring to mind the tragic consequences of proclaiming such slogans in Chile. Bourgeois liberals and Christian Democrats there advocated for their country a revolution in the conditions of freedom, but succeeded only in paving the way for a military fascist junta. It goes without saying that the working class and the working masses are first and foremost vitally interested in genuine democracy. They are interested in the disappearance of economic, political, and social violence from social life for equals ever, all the more so the dictatorship of classes, as systems of political domination founded on force. Nevertheless, a true revolutionary cannot nurture illusions about the voluntary surrender of power, privileges, and property by the exploiter classes in favor of the people. A pluralistic economy does not make its appearance as a result of good wishes. For example, in order to effect a socialist transformation of industrial countries, it will be necessary to resort to economic and political coercion and the state expropriation of the property of the monopolies and big capital. Consequently, the very formation of pluralistic economy in the countries of state monopoly capitalism will require coercion on the part of the popular masses organized into a state against the monopoly bourgeoisie even under developed political systems. Contrary to the theory and practice of scientific socialism, the opportunists recommend a special ideological political pluralism for West European countries, which neglects the Marxist interpretation of a multi-party system. It includes bourgeois conservative parties, parties of the working people, as well as a plurality of ideological concepts existing along with Marxism-Leninism. In some variants, pluralistic democracy is interpreted even as a possibility to consecutively change the power of bourgeois conservative or socialist parties. Such absolutization of a peaceful parliamentary road to socialism and illusions of election democracy contradict the international experience of revolutionary transformations of the state and the entire political system of exploiter society. In transitional socio-political structures, revolutionaries should be aware of K. Marx's view on the subject. He wrote that every provisional political setup following a revolution requires a dictatorship, and an energetic dictatorship at that. The development of the political system of modern social states gives an example for the world to see how the working masses acquire and broaden their sovereign right to participate in governing society free from exploitation and oppression. Lenin's prediction is coming true that each nation will introduce something original in one or another form of democracy, in one or another version of the dictatorship of the proletariat, in one or another rate of socialist transformations of the various aspects of society's life. The study and implementation of the experience of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the mature forms of socialist state and the proudening of socialist democracy are an important condition of success in the struggle for the power of the people and the development of a revolutionary state and the political system of the democratic countries of socialist orientation. Socialist trend of world revolutionary process. World history, which is nearing another millennium, is distinguished by the growing influence of world socialism and its turning into the principal trend of social progress. A new civilization is taking root based on the social relations of cooperation and mutual assistance and embodying the principles of social equality and justice, the freedom of the individual and harmony of public and personal interests. The emergence, establishment, and development of socialist civilization proceeds in a most acute struggle between the old and the new in all spheres of public life. World socialism has already proved its historical advantage as compared with capitalism. Against the background of a sharp exacerbation of the general crisis of capitalism, stability of the economy and the social status of the working people, the high rates and consistency of social and cultural development and the constant rise of the quality of life in the socialist countries are especially vivid. The leading historical role of world socialism consists in the very fact of its existence, its progress and maturity, its active influence on and assistance to the fighting peoples and in successes in its ideological, political, socio-economic, and cultural confrontation with the forces of imperialism and reaction. A major indication of the historical progressive nature and strength of socialism is also the implementation of the principles of peaceful coexistence, and the socialist alternative to the anti-humane military methods of solving interstate contradictions and conflicts. World socialism has become the determining factor of present social development and revolutionary class struggle. 304. Despite all zigzags of modern history, the socialist trend of the world revolutionary process is well pronounced. One historical epoch of revolutionary transition. Elisa, the concept of the modern epoch of world history. Historical epoch is an epoch of revolutionary transition to socialism. It was ushered in by the first socialist revolution in Russia and was embodied in socialist society in the USSR. Then it was manifested in the socialist revolutions in European, Asian, and Latin American countries, in the creation of the world socialist system and in the general trend of the historical process. Such are facts of history. However, in contrast to bourgeois objectivists, a true revolutionary, in studying one or another historical process, should examine what socio-economic formation gives the process its content, exactly what class determines this necessity. Ideologists of the exploiter classes and bourgeois historians have done much to connect historical events and even individual periods of history with the names of outstanding personalities. Naturally, only leaders and saints, emperors and military generals were included in the galaxy of great personalities. Common consciousness by tradition identifies some or other periods of history either with the names of leaders or with scientific and technical discoveries. From the Marxist point of view, the main essence and trend of social development and its main distinctive features are determined by the class that is the driving force, the mainspring of social progress in this concrete situation. For instance, in accordance with changes in the place and role of classes in the history of capitalism, one can single out a. The epoch of the rise of the bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie. On the upgrade, b. The epoch of the full domination of the bourgeoisie, of its transition to ultra-reactionary finance capital, c. The epoch of imperialism and economic and political upheaval stemming from the nature of imperialism. A major distinction of the present historical epoch lies in that its pivot is not the class of exploiters as it used to be in the past. This pivot now is the principal productive and socio-political force – the international working class. The main result of its historic mission is world socialism and the socialist orientation of the modern liberation movements. The objective trend towards socialism blazes the trail, notwithstanding differences in socio-economic levels, multi-structural economy, unevenness of economic and political development and the degree of national self-determination of some or other countries. This trend makes the historical and revolutionary processes socio-class in nature. In the past, the liberation movements and revolutions predominantly paved the way for other exploiter societies' capitalism, for example. In accordance with their historical place, aims and driving forces, these liberation movements and revolutions acquired a more or less democratic character. However, ultimately, they contributed to the evolution of the class democracy of the exploiters. An essential feature of the modern revolutionary process is its international character * in contrast to the local and regional liberation movements of the past, the revolutionary. Lenin regarded internationalization as a derivative of modern large-scale mechanized production which removes national barriers. See preface to N. Bukharin's pamphlet Imperialism and the World Economy, Collected Works, Volume 22, p. 104. 306. Process has practically engulfed all countries and peoples living under various structures or at different stages of one or another structure. This expresses the objective trend to the internationalization of class struggle and all spheres of social life. The objective basis of the trend to internationalization is the strengthening of the social character of the modern productive forces and production as a whole. The international character of the present revolutionary process is also manifested in that it encompasses all spheres of life. It is expressed in the social, scientific, technical, ideological, political, national, and cultural spheres. The international character leads to changes in the objective conditions of the manifestation and operation of general sociological laws and tells on the social role of all social phenomena and each current of social movement. The internationalization of social processes in the modern world has a substantial effect on the essence and content of liberation movements and revolutions. The character and main trends of modern liberation movements are predetermined by these new general historical conditions of the revolutionary process. The most essential among them is the loss by capitalism of historical initiative and the turning of socialist trend into the determining aspect of the principal contradiction of world historical development, the contradiction between socialism and capitalism. With it is connected another condition, the decisive social role of the international working class as the center of the historical epoch, as the objective leading force of all liberation movements. Another new phenomenon is an original combination of socio-political revolutionary transformations in the world with the social consequences of the scientific and technological revolution. This combination has ultimately sharply opposed the interests of international imperialism, transnational corporations and their tools, the local industrial and financial oligarchy, to the interests of hired laborers and petty proprietors, to the genuine national interests of all peoples. 307. Finally, a new condition emerges with the disintegration of the colonial system and the practical activities and policies of neocolonialism pursued by international, especially supranational, monopolies. Objectively, this narrows down the social base of the domination of monopolies and broadens the front of the patriotically minded and democratic forces fighting against imperialism. Revolutionary experience shows that the new content of the mass active struggle of peoples for social and national liberation has now become a cardinal feature. This struggle is being waged for destroying the relations of domination and submission between classes, states, and nations, and for establishing genuine equality of large and small states and peoples and relations of cooperation and mutual assistance between them. This struggle in new historical conditions has inevitably assumed an anti-imperialist character, for international imperialism is the principal source and not of class conflicts and the main sponsor and guarantor of the relations of exploitation and oppression. Because of that, the modern liberation movements and revolutions are distinguished by an anti-imperialist trend, a combination of struggle against social and national antagonisms and a broad and all-round democratic character. Among their specific features are the broadening and consolidation of ties and the drawing closer together with world socialism and the revolutionary workers' movements, and a clearer orientation to a socialist perspective. The anti-imperialist class struggle, which is the essence and motive force of the modern revolutionary process, should not be identified with revolution or isolated from it. In examining the law of the transition of quantitative changes into qualitative and vice versa, we have noted already the correlation between reform and revolution. It is impossible to achieve the aims of socialism through transforming society by stages, by reforms, because of the resistance put up by the ruling classes and their political and ideological superstructure. At the same time, revolutionary struggle is necessary not only for satisfying the immediate requirements of the popular masses and social pressure on the exploiters. It is necessary also for uniting, rallying together and 408. Organizing the progressive-minded forces and raising their preparedness for revolutionary action. Social reforms gained in class struggle do not oppose revolution. They are its byproduct. Among the general laws of the laws and types of historical change of socio-social revolution, economic structures, the decisive place is taken by the law of social revolution. From the point of view of the historical stages of the evolution of mankind, social revolution is a method of transition from one socio-economic structure to another. Its economic foundation, as Marx emphasized in his contribution to the critique of political economy, is the conflict between the obsolete relations of production and the new character and level of the development of the productive forces. In accordance with the economic basis, class essence, and character of objective tasks, the historical types of revolution are determined. The first type includes the social revolutions that destroyed the primitive communal structure and established the early class society. The second type of social revolution manifested itself in transition from the slave-owning system or mixed communal slave-owning societies to feudalism. The third type was bourgeois revolution, which destroyed feudalism and established the domination of capitalism. The fourth of the basic historical types of revolution is socialist revolution. Its principal distinction lies in that it does away with any exploiter system and opens a genuine history of mankind, an epoch of socialist equality. The idea about the general historical types become more definite in analyzing some or other concrete social revolutions, definite distinctions in the essence of revolution, as well as certain deviations from the basic historical types, and the specificity of their beginning, duration, and results, are revealed. Concrete historical conditions, and in particular, the composition and correlation of the driving forces, always have an impact on the character and the degree of the completion of revolution. Due account of all these circumstances makes it possible better to define the scientific concept of social revolution. Social revolution is a process of a qualitative transformation of the entire society expressed in a radical change of the class essence of political power. The character of democracy, and economic and other social relations. As a rule, revolutionary transition from one exploiter society to another took place when the new economic foundation became ripe enough. In other words, feudal relations could emerge and develop up to a certain limit within the framework of slave-owning system, and capitalist relations within feudalism. This is why bourgeois social revolution more often than not began with the proliferation and establishment of capitalist production relations and ended in the gaining of political power by the bourgeoisie. On the contrary, socialist revolution only begins with the gaining of political power by the working class and its allies. This is very important distinctive feature of socialist revolutions. The general socialist trend of the world revolutionary process should not be overestimated or absolutized. It does not at all mean the emergence of the elements of socialism in industrially advanced countries, nor an automatic destruction of antagonistic structures, the unconditional and immediate introduction of socialism, direct socialist revolution in all countries, nor, finally, the export of revolution. Besides, it is essential to take into account the characteristic features of the prerequisites and factors of revolution and the correlation of the struggle for democracy and the struggle for socialism. The main attention and forces of prerequisites and factors the socialist vanguard are of revolution rect to all and sundry support and assistance to the development of the revolutionary course of the anti-imperialist, democratic movements and to their turning into anti-imperialist revolutions. In real struggle it is necessary to consider the state of the objective and subjective prerequisites of revolutions. 310. The concrete state of objective prerequisites and the subjective factor can give rise to a more or less clearly pronounced transition stage of revolution. This stage, under favorable conditions of class struggle, leads the popular masses to socialism. In other instances, anti-imperialist or anti-monopolistic democratic revolutions are possible as a relatively independent process with a socialist perspective. An analysis of social development trends and the experience of class struggle shows that the world capitalist system as a whole has become mature historically for socialist transformations. At the same time, there are unevenness of the economic and political development of capitalist countries and distinctions in the course of the scientific and technological revolution and the social consequences it engenders. These circumstances give birth to specific features of the material, technical and socio-political prerequisites of revolution and its subjective factor. We have already seen that the revolutionary change of one socio-economic structure by another is dictated by the economic necessity. It is ultimately a result of a conflict between the given production relations and the development level of the productive forces. It follows that not under any state of the productive forces one society should be replaced by another. Capitalism's replacement by socialism is caused, primarily, by the maturing of material and technical prerequisites. The material and technical prerequisites of socialism and socialist revolution include a number of aspects and factors. Among them, a high development level of the social productive forces, a corresponding concentration of production and capital, and centralization and rational organization of production. They also include not only the technical element of the productive forces, but also the human element, that is, the working class. These aspects and factors constitute the material technical foundation of social necessity in socialist revolution and the construction of socialist society. A major specific feature of the present situation is the fact that the immaturity or absence of material technical prerequisites have ceased to be an insurmountable barrier for a socialist orientation of social development, since world socialism helped make up for them and accelerate their development. Another aspect of the material foundation of revolution is its socio-political prerequisites. Among the objective socio-political prerequisites are the state, composition, and degree of maturity of social classes, a certain correlation of the class forces which changes historically and comes out in a dynamic system of class contradictions. It has been said earlier that the subjective factor is the purposeful activity of people, which transforms, develops or preserves the objective conditions of social life. In this sense, one can speak about the subjective factor of revolution. The most important aspects of the subjective factor of revolution are political consciousness, organization, maturity, will and readiness to take energetic actions under the leadership of its vanguard, a revolutionary party. The specific features 6F class struggle and socialist prospects in each country are revealed by analyzing two most crucial circumstances. The first of them is determined by a new correlation of the international and domestic, intranational prerequisites and conditions of revolution. The second lies in the specificity of a combination of the general historical conditions of the revolutionary process and the concrete material technical, objective socio-political and subjective prerequisites of revolution. It is expressed in the correlation of the struggle for democracy and the struggle for socialism. The specific features of the struggle for democracy and modern intertwining of democratic struggle for socialism and socialist tasks have advanced new timely aspects of the old problem of the correlation of the struggle for democracy and the struggle for socialism. Characterizing the features of the social processes in the epoch of imperialism, Lenin showed that the political superstructure on the new economy, on monopoly capitalism, manifests itself in a turn from democracy to political reaction. The anti-democratic and reactionary character of the entire external and internal policies of imperialism testifies to the fact that imperialism, as Lenin put it, is a negation of democracy as such, entire democracy. In the conditions of imperialist reaction, a definite combination is taking shape of general democratic and socialist tasks. The preservation and broadening of democratic gains is becoming a component part of the struggle of the working class and revolutionary socialists. The very position of the proletariat as a class impels it to be a consistent democrat, and this is why the struggle for the implementation of general democratic tasks does not lead the proletariat away from its ultimate goal, but helps to achieve it. It would be a radical mistake to think that the struggle for democracy was capable of diverting the proletariat from the socialist revolution or of hiding, overshadowing it, etc. On the contrary, in the same way as there can be no victorious socialism that does not practice full democracy, so the proletariat cannot prepare for its victory over the bourgeoisie without an all-round, consistent, and revolutionary struggle for democracy, Leninist. New historical conditions and the entire system of the existing socio-economic and political contradictions in the countries of the non-socialist world objectively oppose international imperialism to the broad popular masses. This conditions an anti-imperialist, anti-monopolistic content of modern liberation movements. The general democratic movements are increasingly directed against monopoly exploitation, against usurpation of power, against the economic and political domination of international and national monopolistic oligarchies. The role of the general democratic tasks of the proletariat's class struggle is growing, the composition of participants in general democratic movements is broadening, and their anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist trends are becoming more pronounced. This conditions the further drawing closer of the democratic and socialist currents of the revolutionary process and lends new features to the revolutionary struggle of the working class for socialism. The working class and all participants in general democratic movements have one main enemy: imperialism, monopoly capital. The joint assault upon it as the main force of modern capitalism, which concentrates economic and political domination, is part of the tasks of socialist orientation. Two prerequisites of socialist revolution in capitalist sense X. The specific features of the present combination of the struggle for democracy against imperialism and the struggle for socialism have advanced a number of new concepts about the prospects of socialist revolutions in capitalist countries. An immediate task of the revolutionary movement of the working class is the overthrow of the power of the monopolies and the establishment of a new, anti-monopolistic democracy. An advanced democracy Prerequisites of revolution in countries of state monopoly. In countries of capitalism means such a system state monopoly capitalism which should adopt resolute measures to restrict the domination of big capital in the economy of a country, by nationalizing the key branches of industry, large banks, and also by establishing a democratic management of enterprises. This system will try gradually to satisfy important demands of the popular masses, liquidate elitist power, and establish the sovereignty of the people. Of course, the advanced democracy, even having fulfilled these measures against the monopolies, will not yet abolish the exploitation of man by man. Its progressive character lies in that it systematically reduces the power of the monopolies and creates better conditions for the majority of the people to voice their choice. 314. In favor of socialism. This is about how the communists and other revolutionary forces in some European capitalist countries visualize the correlation between anti-monopolistic democracy and socialism. In examining modern capitalism, it is necessary to define more precisely the criteria for the classification of capitalist countries by their development levels. First, one should, evidently, distinguish between the indices of socio-economic growth and the maturity of social production relations and socio-economic development levels. Second, the social criteria of the classification of countries according to the law of uneven economic and political development include the degree of national self-determination, sovereignty. The capitalist development levels are distinguished by aggregate statistical data showing the growth of the productive forces reached and the degree of the application of scientific and technological achievements. Also used are concrete characteristics of property relations with regard to the means and instruments of production and relations in the exchange of the activities of social groups and distribution relations. Lenin regarded the use of hired labor as an important criterion of capitalist development level. However, this index, if taken in isolation from other indices, is not always sufficient, although necessary, for defining the degree of maturity of capitalism. In countries of developed capitalism, the United States and West European countries, it reaches 80 to 90%. The average level of capitalist development is characterized by the use of hired labor within the 35 to 70% limit, and the low level less than 35%. If we add to these criteria of the form of monopoly domination the data about large and small scale production and the concentration of labor and capital, then almost all countries of Latin America and some European and Asian countries may have to be included in a most numerous group of countries of an average and weak development level of capitalism. A specific feature of this group is that its countries, economically and quite often militarily and politically, depend on 315. International imperialism. However, this dependence does not completely exclude any further growth of their capitalist development level, which is manifested, for example, in the emergence of local monopolies and the desire to establish state monopoly regulation. In those states where military fascist regimes have been established with the help of imperialism, the state monopoly trends were accelerated artificially by force from above, certain dependence on international imperialism being preserved. In industrial capitalist countries there is a definite combination of general historical conditions and concrete prerequisites of anti-monopolistic struggle and revolution. The anti-imperialist movement comes out there, above all, as a struggle against state monopoly capitalism of one's own country and transnational monopolistic corporations. State monopoly capitalism accumulates the contradictory results of the sociologically regressive course of capitalist development. State monopoly capitalism emerges as an attempt to solve by capital a number of contradictions which are byproducts of the development of the main contradiction of capitalism. Let us recall that the main socio-economic contradiction of capitalism is the contradiction between the social character of the productive forces and private capitalist appropriation and regulation. State monopoly capitalism is characterized by an extreme exacerbation and deepening of not only the main contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, but also the system of socio-economic contradictions constantly reproduced by it. From a philosophical point of view, state monopoly capitalism demonstrates the general crisis of the capitalist system. In other words, the aggravation of the struggle of socio-class opposites and their polarization lead to a situation in which the forces mutually excluding one another begin to dominate over the forces of unity and interdependence. This situation is ripe for transition to a new unity of new opposites whose interaction will continue the historical process in qualitatively different social systems. Such is the historical place, state, and social role of state monopoly capitalism in modern society. 316. The formation of state monopoly capitalism, the social consequences of the scientific and technological revolution and the acceleration of the concentration and centralization of production and capital still more increase the social character of production and the internationalization of social life. Thus, state monopoly capitalism is a complete material threshold of socialism, the last step to socialism, as Lenin put it. Consequently, the material technical prerequisites of socialism and socialist revolution have become mature in industrially developed capitalist countries. Among these prerequisites are the high development level of the productive forces, the concentration and centralization of production and capital, and the emerging system of management, planning and programming in production. They also include organization of public education and the training of hired laborers who constitute the absolute majority of the population with a relatively high level of consumption. However, it is known that the emergence of material technical requisites alone is not enough for socialist revolution. Theoretically, ideal conditions for socialist revolution are those in which there is a sum total, a combination of all requisites. We mean the mature material technical prerequisites, the favorable objective socio-political prerequisites, and the prepared subjective factor of revolution. Practically, there has never been such a theoretically ideal correlation of all prerequisites in the history of revolutions. All turns and zigzags of the revolutionary process, historical retardations, or temporary setbacks of socialist revolutions in some capitalist countries have their own reasons. They can be explained, first, either by immaturity of material technical prerequisites, or unfavorable socio-political prerequisites. Second, they can be explained by unpreparedness of the subjective factor of revolution, or the strength and organization of the counter-revolutionary subjective factor, or, finally, by a combination of such reasons. In this connection, one should specially emphasize the need to study and scientifically analyze the social role of the counter-revolutionary subjective factor, its strength, preparedness, organy. 317. Sation and ideological and political influence on some or other social strata. The social consequences of scientific and technical progress have considerably changed the essence of the material prerequisites of revolution, as well as the entire system of the antagonistic contradictions of modern capitalism through influencing the composition, alignment, and correlation of the class forces. Along with the principal class contradiction between labor and capital, other social and national antagonisms are taking shape on its basis. Among them, antagonism between the objective requirements of the scientific and technological revolution and obstacles put up by the monopolies, between the growing army of hired labor and the entire system of state monopoly capitalism, between the genuine interests of national progress and supranational monopoly groupings and military-industrial complexes. The last contradiction acquires special significance in the social development of capitalist countries. The emergence of military-industrial complexes in the biggest and most developed capitalist states, just as supranational closed groupings, demonstrates the anti-national social role of state monopoly capitalism. In the economic and military political forms of imperialist integration, the monopolistic oligarchy is trying to use the objective tendency to the internationalization of production and social life for reaching its selfish anti-popular aims. This is a vivid feature of the parasitic nature of the monopolistic oligarchy, which is interested in national, economic, and social development inasmuch as it facilitates the creation of surplus value, monopoly profits, and supports its economic and political domination. For example, through the mechanism of European Parliament, the international monopolistic oligarchy is trying to place under its control the economies, policies, and defense of the common market countries, thereby violating their national sovereignty. Such policy exacerbates the antagonism between the interests of the majority of the people and the monopolistic oligarchy and imparts a national democratic character to this contradiction. The socio-economic contradiction between the monopolies and the majority of the people emerges in the Pro. 318. Cess of the movement of the principal contradiction of capitalism that between labor and capital and is the main form of its manifestation. This contradiction plays the determining role at the present stage of the revolutionary process in the countries of state monopoly capitalism. Solution to contradictions between the monopolies and the majority of the people does not directly lead to solving the principal contradiction of capitalism. At the same time, the main contradiction of the present stage is indissolubly connected with the main contradiction of the entire process of the development and existence of capitalism. The real prospects of anti-monopoly democratic and socialist revolutions in advanced capitalist countries are now largely determined by the subjective factor. We have already mentioned that in the course of the development of state monopoly capitalism, the working class, the peasantry, and the entire army of hired labor, as well as some sections of the petty and even middle bourgeoisie by their objective interests and requirements, form the anti-monopoly forces. The social position and role of the latter depend on both the development level of state monopoly capitalism in a given country, and on the concrete correlation of class, national and general democratic tasks and the alignment of class forces. The non-monopolistic middle and petty bourgeoisie, as its contradictions with the monopoly oligarchy are exacerbating, can temporarily be included in the democratic, anti-monopolistic movement. However, due to its class nature, the non-monopolistic bourgeoisie, as a rule, is oriented to evolutionary changes only. It is unable to abandon its narrow class, selfish interests. This circumstance complicates the preparation of the subjective factor of anti-monopolistic democratic and socialist revolution. The political consciousness, organization, purposefulness, and readiness of the democratically minded popular masses for resolute actions, Their experience of revolutionary struggle and the close ties with allies are of decisive importance for the working class in carrying out revolutions. The implementation of democratic tasks and aims and the political leadership of the working class in an anti-monopolistic alliance have become a most crucial requisite for the fulfill. 319. Meant of its historic socialist mission in the countries of state monopoly capitalism. The correct understanding and utilization of the historical experience of the socialist revolution in the USSR and people's democratic revolutions acquire a most crucial significance in the complex of the theoretical, political, and organizational preparation of the subjective factor. Of paramount importance in this international experience are the problems of the immediate and ultimate aims, the motive forces, changes in the policies of alliances at different stages of struggle, and especially the problems of the development of democratic movements into socialist revolution, the use of the rich theoretical arsenal and practical experience of socialist revolutions is a major condition for the fulfillment by the communists and revolutionary socialists of industrially advanced countries of their vanguard role in anti-imperialist struggle and revolution. One of the specific features of socialist prospects of countries of a weak and medium countries of different development level of capitalism development levels of is that they are situated in the capitalism peripheral regions of the capitalist system, far from its center international imperialism. Such countries are characterized as countries of dependent capitalism. Formally independent in the legal sense, they depend on international monopolies in the financial, economic, military political, and ideological spheres, and are subordinate elements of the world capitalist system. Among these countries are the majority of Latin American states and some European, Asian, and African countries. A group of those Arab, African, and Asian countries in which capitalism is being established in the conditions of neocolonial dependence, join the above-mentioned countries as far as their development level and trend, and the nature of socio-economic relations are concerned. Such an approach acquires an important methodological meaning, inasmuch as international imperialism pursues not only purely economic goals, but also strategic aims. It is out. 320. To keep the countries of dependent capitalism within the system of its socio-economic and military strategic domination. Another specific feature common to the countries of dependent capitalism is a comparatively lesser maturity of the material technical prerequisites of socialism. However, this does not exclude the possibility of a direct socialist revolution. Lenin showed the specific nature of these prerequisites on the example of pre-revolutionary Russia, on the basis of the law of the unevenness of the economic and political development of capitalist countries he discovered. For one, the possibility of breaking through weak links in the imperialist system Lenin explained by a high degree of maturity of objective socio-political prerequisites and a sharp exacerbation of major contradictions, with a sufficient readiness of the subjective factor of revolution. Such, for instance, was Lenin's position in the struggle against the Russian Mensheviks and other right-wing and left opportunists who denied the possibility of socialist revolution due to the low development level of productive forces, to immaturity of its material technical prerequisites. Degree. Lenin's theory has not only been implemented in the construction of socialism in the USSR, but was also corroborated by the experience of popular democratic revolutions in agrarian or agrarian industrial countries of Europe and Asia and the revolutionary experience of Cuba. In countries of a medium and weak development level of capitalism there is a specific system of socio-economic contradictions, an original correlation of general democratic and socialist tasks. Capitalist evolution in these countries has been, as a rule, not only slow, but largely modified due to the penetration of foreign monopolies. The multi-structural economy existing along with capitalist basis, often the one-crop and one-type production system, direct or indirect dependence on foreign monopolies cause certain specificities of socio-economic contradictions, composition, alignment, and correlation of the class forces. In the countries of dependent capitalism, along with the development of the principal contradiction stemming from the capitalist basis, the contradiction between labor and capital, there are other contradictions based on pre-capitalist forms of the economy, Also new contradictions emerge and intensify. With all national specificities of the system of socio-economic and political contradictions, the countries of a medium and weak development level of capitalism have one common feature. They all are dependent, economically, financially, politically or militarily, on international monopolies, which, as a rule, are the main obstacle to an independent socio-economic development. This is why the main contradiction of the given historical stage of struggle for social and national liberation in such countries is the contradiction between the peoples and foreign monopolies relying on the internal reactionaries, the resigning big landlords and the conciliatory local bourgeoisie, and the bureaucratic and financial oligarchy. Pursuing the aims of national economic liberation, the abolition of the remnants of feudalism and other pre-capitalist structures, and the aims of democratization of political regimes, the revolutionary struggle in the countries of dependent capitalism acquires a general anti-imperialist trend. Naturally, there are certain distinctions in these countries in a combination of anti-imperialist democratic and socialist tasks. These distinctions are determined not only by the development level, but also by the place in the capitalist system, the degree of national self-determination, historical connections, and even by geographical location – Europe, Asia, Africa or Latin America. Some specificities of the revolutionary process are inherent, for instance, in the capitalist countries of Latin America. A majority of these countries have for a century and a half been going along the road of capitalist evolution. Due to this fact, an original system of socio-economic, political, and national contradictions has taken shape there. This system includes the basic contradiction of the entire process which, for the absolute majority of countries, is the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. There are also social contradictions connected with the existence of pre-capitalist structures, for one the remnants of feudalism and archaic agrarian relations. Finally, the system contains the contradiction between international imperialism, especially North American, and the people of a given country. The latter contradiction is not only common to many countries of the continent, it has grown from an external into internal one. In other words, the contradiction between the majority of the peoples of Latin America and the bloc of U.S. imperialism with the local Latin American oligarchy has become the principal contradiction of the given historical stage. Anti-imperialist revolutions in Latin America have a definite national democratic character, with the reservation that they are directed not only against foreign imperialist oppression, but also against national monopolies and internal oligarchy that were taking shape. Consequently, their essence reveals a new class trend, both anti-imperialist and directly anti-capitalist. This is why documents of fraternal revolutionary parties emphasize a direct or indirect socialist perspective, an indissoluble connection of the modern anti-imperialist democratic revolution and transfer to socialism. Future revolution is defined, for instance, as democratic, agrarian, anti-imperialist with a socialist perspective, or by its essence and aims, as an anti-imperialist, anti-monopolistic, and agrarian, with a socialist perspective. For many countries of a weak and medium development level of capitalism, both in a scientific, theoretical and practical political respect, one of the most urgent problems is that of the motive forces, character, and content of the modern anti-imperialist democratic revolution and its relationship to socialist revolution. Evidently, the restriction and abolition of the unrestrained power of the monopolies in anti-imperialist revolution undermine the foundations of modern world capitalism and change the content of the bourgeois socio-political structure. On the other hand, it is also evident that anti-imperialist democratic revolution cannot alter the class essence of 323 capitalist structures. Radical transformations of the essence of the capitalist system are only possible by socialist revolution, for democratism taken in isolation can never lead to socialism. The complex character of the problem lies in the fact that democratism cannot be taken in isolation. Modern anti-imperialist and anti-monopolistic democratism is a broad mass movement within which the historical necessity of socialism blazes its trail. 3 national democratic revolutions of socialist orientation. A distinguishing feature of the modern national liberation movements or revolutions destroying the old colonial system is their new democratism. Satisfaction of general national interests and aims in liberation struggle lends the anti-colonial movement a national democratic, anti-imperialist character. The new features of the national essence and stages of liberation movement are directly national emancipation connected with the growth of world socialism and its increasing influence on international events and the development of the revolutionary process. In these conditions, the national liberation movement has turned from a reserve of world revolution into a major revolutionary force of our day. National democratic revolution, being a continuation of national liberation revolution in the socio-economic sphere, is spearheaded against the social forces striving to preserve backwardness, and also against the imperialist monopolies and their stooges. It unites in its ranks all social forces interested in the country's independent, progressive socio-economic development. An alliance of the national democratic forces can therefore include representatives of various social sections and classes, from workers and peasants to the national bourgeoisie who pursue far from identical ultimate class aims, along with common national democratic aims. The national bourgeoisie, for example, is interested in national democratic revolution only. 324. To an extent which can guarantee it protection from the competition of foreign capital. As national democratic transformations are being implemented, it becomes increasingly tight for the national bourgeoisie within the framework of a common alliance. It is striving to seize the key political and economic positions in its interests. At the same time, as the experience of a whole number of developing countries shows, the coming of the bourgeoisie to leadership in a national democratic alliance results not only in establishing a bourgeois dictatorship, but also in thwarting the achievement of the ultimate aims of national-democratic revolution. The bourgeoisie, by virtue of its socio-economic and class nature, falls in dependence on the world capitalist market and, consequently, on the imperialist monopolies. The toiling classes of society, and the working class, first and foremost, which expresses the interests and aspirations of all working people, have the most consistent and profound interest in the implementation of national democratic revolution. This is precisely why the struggle for the complete and consistent carrying out of national democratic revolution is connected with the struggle for the leading role of the working class in it. The socio-economic transformations of a national democratic type, no matter how broad in scope, become profound and irreversible only if they are fully in line with the ultimate aims of the working class and all toiling masses of society. Otherwise, both the public sector and cooperatives may become an empty shell only covering bourgeois degeneration. In this sense, Lenin's well-known words about politics having preeminence with regard to economics are of especial significance for the stage of national democratic revolution. The experience of the countries of socialist orientation confirms this idea, as far as national democratic transformations in the socio-economic sphere are guaranteed by a consistent policy and bolstered up by changes in the political, legislative, and ideological spheres. Thereby transformations receive a gradually growing class trend, not only of an anti-imperialist, but also anti-capitalist character. 325. Naturally, each country whose people rose up to the struggle for national emancipation has a specific system of contradictions requiring a revolutionary solution. However, all countries that have gained state independence, have one common essential obstacle in the way of their political, economic, and national progress, namely, world imperialism. For the majority of these countries, external contradictions with imperialism are closely intertwined with internal contradictions, and for many are the decisive ones at the present stage of historical development. The level of the socio-class content of this movement, its successes largely depend on the strength of its ties with the leading revolutionary force, world socialism. This draws consistent national liberation revolutions closer together with the struggle of the working class in advanced capitalist countries. 2. Modern national democratic revolutions are aimed not only at gaining national state independence, but also solving the peasant and nationalities questions, breaking the old colonial structure of the economy and transforming the socio-political system. Their trend aimed against feudal and pre-feudal relations and orders in some countries, against colonial capitalism does not exclude but presupposes the abolition of the domination of foreign imperialism supporting these obsolete relations and orders. This is why consistent national liberation revolutions more often than not cannot be regarded as bourgeois-democratic at the present stage. True, sometimes they are spearheaded not so much against imperialism, as against pre-bourgeois relations. But the struggle for national emancipation in many countries has begun to develop into the struggle against exploiter relations, both feudal and capitalist. While resolving contradictions between imperialism and the internal exploiter oligarchy, on the one hand, and the majority of the people, on the other, consistent national democratic revolutions ensure genuine political and economic independence and deal a weighty blow at capitalism, although they are unable to destroy it as a world system. The national liberation movement alone cannot resolve the principal contradiction of the epoch. Despite its world historic 326 significance, it cannot claim to be the decisive force of the world revolutionary process, something that is ascribed to it by representatives of petty bourgeois revolutionarism, pseudo-Marxists, and left opportunists in the working class movement. It is indicative that the absolutization of the role of national liberation movements is used by petty bourgeois radical elements to deny the revolutionary possibilities of the working class of industrial countries. Their views are echoed by some left pseudo-Marxists claiming that the revolutionary initiative in the struggle against capitalism, which in Marx's time used to belong to the proletariat of the advanced countries, has now passed into the hands of the impoverished popular masses in poorly developed countries. The historical role of the national revolutionary movements is increasing as they draw closer to the socialist trend, which is the principal current of modern historical progress. This process is strengthening and consolidating along with the dissemination of the ideas of scientific socialism among the popular masses and the growing influence and leading role of the working class and its revolutionary parties. Characterizing the essence of the national liberation movements and emphasizing their revolutionary role, Lenin pointed out the direct link of these movements with the socialist trend of the modern epoch. He wrote that revolutionary movement of the people of the East can now develop effectively, can reach a successful issue, only in direct association with the revolutionary struggle of our Soviet Republic against international imperialism. As predicted by Lenin, the struggle of the downtrodden and exploited peoples inevitably turned into a popular revolution against the entire system of imperialist oppression. The USSR and other socialist countries are consistently following the course of developing cooperation with the countries freed from the yoke of colonialism and consolidating the alliance of world socialism and the national liberation movement. Historical experience has demonstrated that the gaining of political and state independence is far from resolving all problems of social and national liberation. Political independence is but the first step and a necessary prerequisite for complete social and national liberation, for the main thing is economic liberation. It is at this stage that the problem of social prospects of national liberation revolutions arises, the problem of choosing the historical path, capitalist or socialist. Economic liberation presupposes, on the one hand, genuine national sovereignty in the utilization of natural and manpower resources and the development of the national productive forces. An obstacle to this is, above all, the direct exploitation of these countries by the imperialist monopolies. On the other hand, the liquidation of unequal economic relations in the world market is possible only if technical and economic backwardness is eliminated. In both these instances, solution to these problems requires the broadening and deepening of anti-imperialist socio-economic transformations involving all social and political forces in the developing countries. Solution of the socio-ethnic and nationalities question is a serious and often very urgent national democratic problem for many peoples fighting for freedom. As we have noted earlier, political consolidation in independent national state bounds is but a preliminary condition for the development and transformation of such socio-ethnic communities as tribes and nationalities into nations. In many newly free countries in Asia and Africa, strife and dissension between tribes and nationalities and religious groups fanned and supported by imperialism, are an obstacle in the way of consolidating a people into a single nation. This is why the liquidation of such dissension is an urgent national democratic problem for a number of countries. However, the most crucial national problem, apart from the development stages of socio-ethnic communities, is the choice of the way and social perspective, that is, capitalist or socialist orientation. As is known, there are now quite a few countries in Asia, America, and Africa that have taken a course to building a socialist society. The national-democratic revolutions of socialist orientation represent comparatively new social processes. Examination and theoretical generalization of their experience require joint efforts of Marxist scholars and political figures, direct participants in and leaders of new revolutionary processes. Marxist-Leninist science disposes of plenty theoretical means and recommendations for fulfilling this major task. The initial point of scientific comprehension of national liberation revolutions is recognition of the general laws of revolution and the specificity of the forms of their manifestation. They, just like all other types of social revolution, express historical law. All national liberation revolutions had a concrete economic foundation. Naturally, in each of former colonial and dependent countries the economic foundation of revolution had its concrete historical essence. In the former Portuguese and British colonies, for example, the main socio-economic contradiction was imperialist exploitation. This is why the abolition of the colonial regime in these and some other countries has inevitably taken the form of an armed struggle for independence. This stage comprised the main essence of national liberation revolution as such. It was embodied in the proclamation of independence and creation of national states, people's republics. Just as in any type of social revolution, its principal question was that of power. A struggle against foreign imperialist aggression and internal reaction, the establishment of revolutionary political power, a revolutionary democratic dictatorship have concluded the stage of political liberation and the consolidation of state independence. The exacerbation of the class struggle against imperialism and internal reaction has accelerated the transition of anti-colonial, anti-imperialist revolutions to the second stage, national democratic social revolutions with socialist choice. Plenary sessions of popular movements and revolutionary vanguard parties in a number of countries have determined the historical stages of such popular revolution and prospects of 329. Socialist development. The main essence of internal class struggle under a revolutionary democratic dictatorship is the implementation of a program of national reconstruction and the creation of socio-economic and political prerequisites for the construction of socialism. Fulfillment of these historical socio-economic and political tasks will make it possible to start direct socialist transformations, the third, socialist stage of this type of revolution. Such, in a most general form, are the main stages of the consistent revolutionary process in former colonies. Evidently, these brief considerations about the laws and stages of the revolutionary process should be elaborated more thoroughly and concretely. However, even in these most general considerations one can trace the universal laws of social revolutions. The national democratic revolutions of socialist orientation are a continuation and development of national liberation, anti-colonial and anti-imperialist revolutions. In socialist orientation, the specific features of the present epoch of transition to socialism on a global scale is expressed. During revolutionary periods, according to Lenin, the clash of contending social forces, in a comparatively short space of time, decides the question of the country's choice of a direct or a zigzag path of development for a comparatively very long time. The confrontation between confrontation between revolution and counter-revolution, revolution and counter is manifested, most of all, in revolution the questions dealing with political power and the choice of the road of social development. The ruling classes and their allies are known not to have ceded their power voluntarily, they always stubbornly resisted revolutionary transformations. The counter-revolutionaries use open and clandestine forms of resistance and various acts of subversion. The internal and external counter-revolutionaries become especially active after socialist orientation has been chosen. They are trying to use their position and influence in the sphere of production, trade, culture, and especially in the apparatus of state management. This is why revolutionary vigilance and the timely disclosure and disruption of counter-revolutionary activities is one of the major laws of revolution. Lenin formulated it in the following way: no revolution is worth anything unless it can defend itself. The consolidation of revolutionary gains objectively demands the overcoming of counter-revolutionary violence, possible backward trends and retreats. To defend revolution, it is necessary constantly to strengthen political power, expand its political base and rally the non-proletarian sections of the working people and progressive-minded social groups around the working class and its socialist vanguard. The overt and covert resistance of the former exploiters and their allies and followers always puts forward the problem of revolutionary violence. Depending on concrete historical internal and external conditions, traditions, and the correlation of the class forces, revolutionary violence acquires different forms and degrees. An armed uprising, armed struggle, and civil war are especially characteristic of the so-called non-peaceful way of revolution. In turn, the peaceful way often boils down to the gaining of political superiority through elections under the conditions of bourgeois parliamentarianism. However, the experience of all revolutions emphasizes the relative character of the definition of these ways, inasmuch as these ways and forms are always intertwined. Some revolutions began with an armed struggle and ended by relatively peaceful means. And conversely, as shown by the experience of Chile, a parliamentary or presidential peaceful way can end in an armed counter-revolutionary coup. In preparing and carrying out revolution, the revolutionary socialists should be ready for a constant change of ways and forms of revolution, for their dialectical interpenetration. Imperialist ideologists and opportunists often use the problem of violence for falsifying the essence and aims of revolution. They are doing this with the help of slogans of the freedom of the individual, human rights, democracy, culture, and civilization. Indicative in this respect is an attempt at ideological subversion engineered by world imperialism, which declared illegal the national liberation movements and revolutionary struggle in general, identifying them with international terrorism. In actual fact, the exploiter classes when in power have always used various forms of reactionary violence and counter-revolutionary terror. That was always the violence of the exploiter minority over the toiling majority. In contrast to this, the national liberation movements, and popular democratic revolutions restore, by force, the genuine rights and freedoms of the popular masses which were previously alienated by the oppressors and exploiters. This is why revolutionary violence is manifested in most diverse forms, from an armed suppression of the exploiters to political coercion against those who resist revolutionary transformations. The specific features of the operation of the universal laws of social and political revolution in Latin American, African and Asian countries are largely determined by their socio-class and national structures. One of the features of national democratic revolutions in Asian and African countries lies not in that the peasantry is their mass social base, but in the objective class historical position of peasants themselves. History confirms Lenin's idea that in spite of the fact that the masses of toilers, the peasants in the colonial countries, are still backward, they will play a very important revolutionary part in the coming phases of the world revolution. The mass social support of already the first national liberation stage of anti-colonial revolutions in many African countries was provided precisely by peasants along with rural and urban workers and artisans. The problems of the place and role of the peasantry in the modern processes of national and social liberation are not artificial, scholarly ones. On the contrary, these are urgent questions calling for solution in the former colonial and dependent countries where pre-capitalist relations still exist in the agrarian and raw material sector, and where inner regions are backward and the peasantry and marginal sections are eking out a miserable existence. Some African and Latin American sociologists of a petit bourgeois type absolutized the revolutionary potential of the peasantry and marginal sections. Their concepts presented a new society of social justice as an armed total revolution carried out by the peasant and marginal masses under the leadership of the revolutionary elite and people of a petty bourgeois intellectual's origin. According to the view of the petty-bourgeois radicals, the revolutionary elite clear themselves of petty bourgeois survivals at the preliminary stage of the struggle waged by closed armed vanguard groups, a new type of a revolutionary organization replacing traditional revolutionary parties. A territorial, but not socio-economic, approach to the problem of classes in the interpretation of left radical theorists quite logically led them to the excommunication of the entire local bourgeoisie and middle sections from revolution and to a hostile attitude to everything foreign and urban. Thus, under suspicion were also the urban working class and its organizations, professional and political, as well as revolutionary theories that had emerged in industrial countries, and the experience of real socialism. Another specificity manifests itself in the growing social role of intermediate social sections and groups. The undeveloped state of the main classes in colonial and dependent countries, incompleteness of the class differentiation of society and the specific features of the formation of various social forces led to a sharp increase in the importance of the local intermediate sections. In a majority of cases, the local bourgeoisie has revealed its inability to head a consistent anti-imperialist struggle. On the other hand, the revolutionary possibilities of the young working class in Asian and African countries have not fully manifested themselves as yet. These circumstances condition the fact that leadership in the general democratic national liberation movement in a number of countries was taken by representatives of the intermediate middle sections and civil and military revolutionary democrats. As an ideological political national revolutionary current, national revolutionary democratism and socialism democratism occupies a prominent place in the anti-imperialist liberation movement. The theory of scientific socialism justly regards revolutionary democratism as a pre-proletarian liberation movement. At the present stage of national democratic revolutions, revolutionary democratism has acquired a special timeliness as a social problem. As we have already noted, revolutionary democratism has passed through several periods of historical development. The first period was when revolutionary democratism existed in the transition epoch from feudalism to capitalism, mainly in the backward countries of Europe and America, and in Russia. José Martí, for example, lived and worked at the end of that epoch. The second period was revolutionary democratism in the epoch of imperialism in feudal and semi-feudal countries. During these two periods in capitalist countries, revolutionary democratism was gradually merging with the proletarian socialist liberation movement. As the historically third period, we can take revolutionary democratism during the present epoch, above all, in the former colonial and dependent countries. Evidently, there are distinctions in the social essence and role of revolutionary democratism in each of these historical periods and types. The socialist trend of the modern epoch and the development of the proletarian movement do not at all exclude the possibility of the development of revolutionary democratism. Historical experience shows a sharp rise in the role of national revolutionary democratism not only in anti-colonial struggle. In some newly free countries with a low industrial development level and a small and poorly organized proletariat, consistent national revolutionary democrats are striving to lead the socialist orientation of social development. Naturally, there are most varied trends in revolutionary democratism in some or other countries and regions. Inasmuch as revolutionary democrats are liable to bourgeois influence and are mainly recruited from students, intellectuals, and non-proletarian middle sections, they have vacillations in ideology and policy from left to extreme right. Changes in the social positions and social role of national revolutionary democratic currents call for specific concrete study in each country. For one, it is necessary to take into account the specificity of the state and prospects of socio-ethnic, race and religious relations and their direct connection with the class and political problem of anti-imperialist national unity. Revolutionary unity of all working people, irrespective of their religion, nationality, and race, the formation of the local working class as an embodiment of the revolutionary will of a liberated nation constitute the necessary principles of the socialist attitude of revolutionary democrats. Under present conditions, certain new transitional political structures have appeared on the way to creating socialist power. In their majority, these are various regimes of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship in countries that have chosen socialist orientation in policies and economies. The theory of scientific socialism has methodological orientations, verified in practice, with regard to revolutionary democratism. Lenin's ideas are of great methodological significance for comprehending the historical place and social role of national revolutionary democratism. Lenin repeatedly emphasized that in the 20th century one cannot be a democrat without going to socialism. He also disclosed the scientific essence of the very concept revolutionary democratism. By revolutionary democratism, he said, is meant the consistent and firm democratic currents that accept the whole democratic program of scientific socialism, do not hold back from any revolutionary measures, but lack the clear socialist class consciousness. Hence the definite tasks facing the revolutionary socialist vanguard concerning national revolutionary democratic currents. Of great importance are the comprehension and application of the theory of scientific socialism by national revolutionary democrats and the elaboration of concrete positive economic and political programs of their activity, including the formation of a revolutionary socialist consciousness of the popular masses. Chapter 10. Ideological struggle and formation of revolutionary consciousness of popular masses. The elaboration, dissemination, interpretation, and application of socialist ideals in concrete national conditions take an ever more important place in modern intellectual and cultural processes. In this sense, the socialist trend of the world revolutionary process, the formation of a new, socialist civilization include the revolutionary transformations of social consciousness and the entire spiritual culture, a revolution in world outlook. The development of conceptual revolution on a nationwide and international scale provokes a stubborn resistance on the part of the conservative and reactionary forces and aggravates a spiritual crisis in the countries of the non-socialist world. 1. Revolution in world outlook and culture. During revolutionary transformations of the material and spiritual life of society, the question inevitably arises about world outlook and culture, which concentrate the results of people's historical activities. Social production in a wider sense is not confined to just manufacturing goods, it also includes the creation of ideas and spiritual values. Cultural and spiritual production is connected not only with the creation of an ideal wealth and scientific knowledge, but also with the development of necessary ideological relations, corresponding world outlook, and the molding of a personality of a definite type. The determining influence of material production on the spiritual life of society does not exclude its relative autonomy. The creation of the ideal comes out as an independent and original kind of man's development of the surrounding world and in turn has an impact on it. The interaction of material and spiritual production is connected with the social division of labor, and above all, with the most important form of that division into mental and physical labor. In a class-antagonistic society, each of these types of labor is performed predominantly by a definite class. Not only the production but also the consumption of spiritual values has a specific character, inasmuch as in contrast to the consumption of material goods, which is passive, the consumption of spiritual values, as a rule, is connected with the active realization, enrichment, and enlargement of the creative potential of the individual. Man's spiritual requirements are formed and fostered under a direct impact of the social media and traditions of existing ideology. Thus, spiritual production is a derivative of social consciousness in its historically determined forms, that is, in forms of religious, political, legal, scientific. It is in the sense of social quality that Marxism uses the concepts about political and legal culture, the culture of production, the philosophical culture of a revolutionary, etc. Spiritual culture in a class society inevitably becomes a class culture in its ideological content and practical social role. Moreover, in antagonistic structures the exploiter classes force their culture on the working people as the prevailing one. At the same time, In bourgeois society, as Lenin said, the elements of democratic and socialist culture are present, if only in rudimentary form, in every national culture, since in every nation there are toiling and exploited masses, whose conditions of life inevitably give rise to the ideology of democracy and socialism. The presence of two cultures in bourgeois society and their class character predetermine the attitude of revolutionaries to them. Inasmuch as material and, ultimately, spiritual cultures are created by the popular masses, revolutionary socialists advocate continuity and succession of all progressive achievements of national and world culture. The revolutionaries are duty-bound to master the highest cultural achievements and have an idea of all cultural wealth of humanity. Naturally, this is not the reactionary essence of the culture of the ruling class which, by its social function, serves mainly as an instrument of spiritual enslavement of the working people. As a result of the purposeful impact of bourgeois culture, the consciousness of the working masses is distorted, and becomes alienated and broken, with elements of genuine knowledge intricately intertwined with fallacious notions and delusions. In bourgeois society, a form of the consumption of culture and a peculiar state of the spiritual world of people emerge, which are defined by a special term, mass consciousness. Among the characteristic features of mass consciousness are standardization of psychological orientations, tastes, habits, the mode of life and norms of individual and social behavior. This makes it possible for the bourgeoisie to widely use the powerful technical means and social mechanisms of influencing the popular masses and to govern and manipulate the consciousness and behavior of the individuals and social groups. The naturally emerging spontaneous forms of social protest in bourgeois society are petty bourgeois in most cases, as far as their class essence is concerned, and are expressed in the concepts and movements of the so-called anti-culture or counterculture. Such protests and movements are symptomatic as a testimony to the spiritual crisis and the cultural impasse of the exploiter classes. The ideological struggle on the questions of socio-cultural development in young national states embraces practically all spheres of social life. Non-Marxist concepts are dominated by non-class and non-historical approaches, in which attention is concentrated on the correlation between East and West, traditions and modernity. Adherents of traditionalism ascribe special and intransigent spiritual ethical qualities and values to traditional society and orient themselves to ancient social forms of culture and life, allegedly embodying social solidarity and the harmony of interests. Cultural reformism also wanted to preserve the originality of the culture of Eastern countries, but with values of the industrial West included in it. The concepts of cultural reformism occupy an important place in statoi in a number of Afro-Asian countries, as well as in pseudo-Marxist theories of National Socialism. While the supporters of cultural reformism proceed from the possibility of synthesizing the traditional cultures of Africa, Asia, and the Arab East with European culture, the proponents of left anarchist trends call for the merciless destruction of old social forms. The petty bourgeois left radicals do not even think, let alone speak, about any continuity with regard to material production and spiritual culture and Western civilization. These ideological trends often intertwine and manifest themselves in various, sometimes whimsical, forms. Their common feature is their idealistic, utopian, illusory character, an expression of bourgeois and petty bourgeois influence and historical futility. In reality, such petty bourgeois concepts can hamper radical transformations in the life and activities of the popular masses and their socio-political and labor creative enthusiasm. For example, 340. A manifestation of the petty bourgeois sphere of spontaneity was the notorious Cultural Revolution in China, which did serious harm to public education and scientific, technical, and cultural progress. On the contrary, a genuine socialist revolution in the field of culture develops in the direction from the liquidation of the illiteracy of the popular masses, through a democratic system of education, to the creation of prerequisites for the mastering of all achievements of world science, technology, and culture. The lack of prospects of petty bourgeois protest and the negative character of its social role once more emphasize the need for a scientifically substantiated, genuinely revolutionary struggle in the sphere of spiritual culture and social consciousness. The cultural process in the newly free countries, its character and trend depend on the choice of the road of socio-economic and political development. Countries of South and Southeast Asia and the Middle East, some states of North Africa and Latin America where classes of bourgeois society have taken shape, where there are semi-feudal relations in the village and the local bourgeoisie has come to power, form one big group. The capitalist development road causes an exacerbation of social contradictions and class struggle, and these processes find reflection in national cultures. In literature and the arts, for instance, two antagonistic trends have emerged, one of democratically and patriotically minded writers and realistic artists, the other of artistic and cultural figures isolated from the people, who objectively contribute to neocolonialist policy and ideology and preach political indifference in culture and the bourgeois concept of art for art's sake. The principal, progressive line in the development of literature, the arts, and culture as a whole is determined by the revolutionary democratic, realistic and progressive trend connected with the destinies of the people. Experience shows that the best men of literature, the arts, and science in countries of the non-socialist world have played, and continue to play, a great role in the struggle for national emancipation and new culture. The anti-imperialist ideological trend and 341. Close ties with their respective peoples have imparted democratic and realistic features to works by progressive-minded cultural figures. An important trend of cultural transformations in liberated countries is the desire of the working people and patriotically minded and revolutionary democratic forces to protect their national culture from the cultural expansion of capitalist states. The crisis bourgeois culture of the former colonialists is objectively unfit and even pernicious for the cultural progress of the young states. The anti-capitalist trend of the cultural advancement of the Neoples was revealed by Lenin after the triumph of the Great October Socialist Revolution. Hundreds of millions of people in colonial countries felt by their own bitter experience what the imperialist English culture, French culture and American civilization really meant. An immediate task and objective necessity of the cultural development of the newly liberated countries is the overcoming of such heavy aftermath of colonialism as socio-cultural lag and the criminal destruction of people's culture. Speaking at the 7th Extraordinary Congress of the Party of Russian Communists in 1918, Lenin noted the pernicious consequences for the people's culture of the imperialist policy of colonial enslavement and wars which led to the enormous destruction of material and spiritual culture and emphasized the possibility and necessity of the restoration of people's culture. For no matter to what extent culture has been destroyed, it cannot be removed from history, it will be difficult to restore, but no destruction will ever mean the complete disappearance of that culture. Some part of it, some material remains of that culture will be indestructible, the difficulties will be only in restoring it. It is this renaissance and development of people's culture that proceeds effectively in the advanced countries which have freed themselves from colonialism. An important task and indispensable condition of the overcoming of the general lag of young states is elimination of cultural backwardness. Reactionary bourgeois politicians and culturologists are trying even now to bolster up colonialism and neocolonialism, racism and apartheid with the idea about the inborn cultural backwardness of Asian, African, and Latin American peoples. Racist pseudoscientists are preaching, on the basis of genetic racism, the absurd idea about inability of the colored peoples to reach the level of the superior culture. The real reasons of cultural backwardness lie in the age-old system of colonialism when the backward and reactionary culture of a feudal colonial type was the predominant form of culture, and also in the present neocolonial policy of imperialism doing a great harm to the cultural development of the newly free countries. People's culture, which is looked down upon by bourgeois ideologists, has been, and remains, an exceptionally important factor of rallying all freedom-loving and revolutionary forces for the triumph in the construction of a new society and the struggle against imperialist neocolonialism. In studying the problems of spiritual culture, the development of revolutionary consciousness and the main trends of ideological struggle, it is necessary to take into account the specific features of the development of social consciousness. In previous chapters we have shown the material foundations of consciousness, the development of social reflection and its forms and the process of cognition and its results concentrated in objective scientific truths. Along with that, ideological work also studies social consciousness as an expression of the interests of social groups, as an aspect and condition of purposeful social activity. In sociological analysis, special attention is paid to the social foundation of the emergence and the main socio-practical function of the levels of social consciousness and their functioning. A scientific philosophical approach is also essential in that it reveals the insolvency of the illusion current among some revolutionaries about ideological work being of secondary importance. Naturally, purely theoretical activity, while changing consciousness and the ideal world of the subject, serve but indirectly the purpose of the genuine transformation of the objective world. In this sense, changes in views. 343. Evaluations, human feelings, contemplation come out as ideal actions and do not constitute direct practical activities. However, there is no absolute gap between theory and practice. The struggle in the sphere of ideology, being a form of class struggle, is a component part of socio-historical practice. Consciousness, while uniting and organizing social groups, classes, and peoples and directing them to achieve definite aims, actively changes social processes. The conscious, concrete actions of people transforming social life and people themselves, acquire a material character. Consequently, ideological political struggle is an inalienable part of revolutionary practice in the sense that it essentially transforms the social medium, social interaction, the methods of contacts and the social activities of the subjects of revolutionary action. Successes of revolutionary types and levels of ideological struggle. Largely social consciousness depend on the scientific comprehension of the types, levels, and forms of social consciousness, the specificities of the development of revolutionary consciousness, the irreconcilability of bourgeois and socialist ideology and the basic problems and trends of their confrontation. The social consciousness of non-socialist countries can be divided into several types by its socio-class specific features. First, family tribal and peasant communal consciousness, which remained in individual regions of primitive natural and plantation economy and which breed numerous illusions of communal socialism. Second, feudal consciousness, which was predominant during the colonial period in many countries and which exists to this day in a somewhat modified form. It is widespread among big landlords, people from among tribal nobility and representatives of old plantation, oil, and mining foreign monopolies. Third, bourgeois consciousness connected with private capitalist enterprise and with its socio-political infrastructure. Fourth, petty bourgeois consciousness, which is typical of the petty proprietors, artisans, shopkeepers, peasants, and the urban middle sections undergoing proletarianization. And 5. Becoming dependent on the system of capitalist enterprise. In the non-socialist world there are transitional types and variants of social consciousness. Bourgeois technocratic consciousness is inherent in the social groups and sections connected with production based on modern technology and using new, rationalist methods of organization and management. Sections of the scientific and technical intelligentsia, students, and certain groups of industrial and office workers engaged in the branches which are more influenced by the scientific and technological revolution often adhere to petty bourgeois technocratic consciousness. Finally, one should single out scientific, socialist consciousness of the vanguard of the working people represented by the communist and workers' parties of all continents and the elements from the revolutionary democratic movement close to them. Despite all zigzags of ideological struggle, dissemination of scientific socialist outlook is growing. It becomes an essential element of national consciousness in all countries. In the structure of social consciousness are intertwined cognitive and ideological, empiric and theoretical, individual and social aspects. They are formed under the impact of social being that has taken shape historically as a whole, and especially under the impact of the direct social medium. People's affiliation to definite forms of community lays an imprint on their feelings, habits, and ways of thinking. Upon the social conditions of existence, rises an entire superstructure of different and distinctly formed sentiments, illusions, modes of thoughts and views of light. This superstructure has two levels: everyday practical and scientific theoretical. The former, everyday life consciousness, includes empiric knowledge and labor habits, customs, ideas, and sentiments which directly reflect the specific features of life and activity in a given social medium. This level represents the first stage of social consciousness, whose main essence is social psychology. Social psychology includes a sum total of social feelings, moods, and aspirations, thoughts and ideas arising on the basis of daily life. Being a spontaneous reflection of concrete material conditions and corresponding social relations, social psychology cannot reveal their essence and therefore does not provide correct orientation in the complex changes of social life. It should be noted that in the countries of the non-socialist world, subjective idealistic concepts are widespread, which consider people's psychology to be the determining factor and foundation of all aspects of social life. According to this view, the social behavior of people is determined only by psychological motives, as well as instincts. In reality, social psychology in a class society directly expresses the specific conditions of the life of definite sections, and in this context one can speak about petty bourgeois, peasant, or proletarian psychology and class instinct. At the same time, the community of social psychology is not something absolute and does not exclude individual features and distinctions in individuals which arise in the concrete conditions of life, family upbringing, and the formation of one's character. As a general rule, individual features ultimately express, in a contradictory form, the consciousness of the social section to which the given individual belongs. However, there can be instances when a person with a sharply distinct individual consciousness enters into conflict with the views and mode of life of his or her social section, leaves his or her social medium and even takes the side of the opposite class. A vivid example of this were the founders of scientific socialism, Marx, Engels, and Lenin, who stood to the side of the proletariat. In the present situation, progressive-minded representatives of various classes frequently join the struggle for democracy and socialism and come out not only as allies, but also as active fighters for a new society. Consequently, differences in the social psychology of social groups cannot serve as a firm foundation for an artificial, sectarian isolation of revolutionaries from the broad non-proletarian popular masses. On the other hand, there are instances of betrayal of the working class cause, when individual trade union leaders and the upper crust of social democrats join the ranks of the bourgeoisie and become its supporters in the workers' movement. Certain individuals can break away from their social medium due to psychological motives, but the real cause of this lies in their changing ideological positions. In ideological struggle, it is necessary to take into account one specific feature of social psychology and individual consciousness, namely, that they are not isolated from the elements of ideology and scientific knowledge. Comprehension of the world at the level of scientific theoretical consciousness deepens, generalizes and systematizes the accumulated knowledge about nature, society, and man. A component part of the scientific theoretical level of social consciousness in class society is ideology. Ideology, as it was said earlier, is a theoretical system of views of large social groups on social being, which expresses their common interests and aims. A reflection and evaluation of the existing social relations from the point of view of one or another class and class share actor constitute the first distinctive feature of ideology. Another feature is that in each structure the economic and political domination of the exploiter class is bolstered up and intensified by the dominating position of its ideology in social consciousness and its forms. The ideologies of slave owners, feudal lords and the bourgeoisie, expressing the immediate and fundamental exploiter interests diametrically opposed to the interests of the exploited masses, are distinguished by class subjectivism and bias. However, this does not mean that in the predominant ideologies of antagonistic structures there were no elements of scientific knowledge. First, the ruling classes and their ideologists are definitely interested in objective knowledge without which there can be no material production. Second, the exploiter classes live through the stages of upsurge, consolidation, and decline. The exploiter classes replacing one another during a certain historical period are relatively progressive and contribute to the accumulation and increase of scientific. 347. Knowledge. Hence, the system of the views of the ruling class has its own correlation of the cognitive and class ideological function. The antagonistic character of social progress in exploiter structures conditioned their predominant ideology being always based on a class subjectivist trend. This historical fact is used by the exploiters in their ideological struggle and in accusing scientific socialism of class subjectivism. It is necessary to note that bourgeois and revisionist accusations of class subjectivism are always a falsification of scientific socialism. At the same time, one of the reasons for such accusations is dogmatism and sectarianism in comprehending the class nature of social consciousness. Some figures, while claiming to be socialists, assert that the class subjectivism of the ideology and policy of the working class is legitimate inasmuch as it is progressive. Such a dogmatic, pseudo-revolutionary approach, such absolutization of the class nature of proletarian ideology are scientifically insolvent and politically harmful. It shows in a false light and distorts the relationship of the class and cognitive aspects, and disorients the revolutionary vanguard in ideological struggle. For one, a consequence of the dogmatic approach is a nihilistic attitude towards the entire spiritual culture of bourgeois society. Naturally, the ideology of the modern imperialist bourgeoisie is more characterized by extreme subjectivism than that of the former exploiter classes. It is full of narrow and crude bias, for it is impossible to evaluate phenomena correctly when one is heading for disaster. It is impossible, therefore, to expect an objective and scientific approach from modern imperialist ideologists and politicians. At the same time, representatives of concrete forms of the culture of modern bourgeois society can enrich it by factual positive results. Scientific discoveries and technical and cultural achievements in capitalist countries are in line with the social requirement dictated by the development of modern productive forces, while the laws of the reflection of social being are of an objective character. This is how inner contradictions are taking shape between the class and cognitive. 348. Elements in the spiritual culture of bourgeois society and in all ideological forms. It is indicative, for example, that many bourgeois specialists in the field of natural and social knowledge display contradictions between the objective essence of their discoveries and their class, party, conceptual and methodological positions. This is especially true of social sciences in antagonistic society, where progressive and scientific elements are of a temporary, historical character, where they are subordinated, consciously or unconsciously, to the ideology of the ruling class. For instance, bourgeois political economy can be scientific as long as the class struggle remains concealed or can be traced only in individual manifestations. This principle is applicable with regard to other forms of social consciousness in bourgeois society, of course, with due account of the specific nature of their subject, the method of reflection and place and social role. 2. Struggle of ideas in various forms of social consciousness. Each historical epoch has its own definite relationship between the forms of social consciousness. We shall recall that in a most general type, the forms of social consciousness differ from one another in the concrete object and form of reflection. The multitude of forms of social life does not allow to reflect it directly in some one form of consciousness. This is why each of these forms has its own concrete object, part, or relationship of reality which are reflected by a special means. The specific character of an specificities of forms of object and means of reflection social consciousness is important, for example, in ideological struggle on the questions of morality. As a most ancient form of social consciousness, morality took shape in the historical necessity of contacts between people and the establishment of definite norms and evaluations of their interrelations. The notions about good and evil, duty, justice and honor often take the 3AQ form of an aggregate system of norms and rules of behavior which are supported by force of public opinion, traditions, and upbringing. Some of these moral norms pertain to all humanity. However, in class society the moral norms, rules, and principles reflecting class interests are predominant. Hence, the class character of morality. This is why in ideological struggle it is necessary to take into account the existence of family and tribal, feudal, bourgeois, petty bourgeois, as well as proletarian morality. By its principles, essence, and functions socialist morality is opposed to bourgeois morality. The struggle on the problems of scientific knowledge is also characterized by irreconcilability of bourgeois and socialist ideologies. Science represents one of the fields of human endeavor whose aim is to cognize various spheres of reality. As a form of social consciousness it comes out as a sum total of knowledge about nature and society which is expressed in scientific laws, theories, and hypotheses verified and modified by socio-historical practice. On a general plane, results of natural and applied sciences are materialist and consolidated mainly in society's productive forces, and the achievements of social science in social relations and mankind's spiritual culture. The specific feature of genuine science lies in that its objective essence, objective laws by themselves are indifferent to classes. However, in class society scientific theories, hypotheses, and conclusions always bear an imprint of predominant ideology and world outlook. The class aspect of science determines the trend of scientific research, the use of scientific achievements, and their conceptual interpretation. Modern ideological struggle is developing around these aspects, especially about the social role of science and its turning into a direct productive force, and also about the scientific and technological revolution and its consequences. The ideological confrontation on the problems of art in all its forms is peculiar and complicated. The concept of art embraces the various types of artistic creation: architecture, sculpture, painting, cinema, music, literature, and theater. 350. The main object of art is man himself in all multiformity of his relations with the surrounding world. Art reproduces reality in living, vivid images. It is distinguished by visual, image-bearing, concrete sensual reflection. Realistic art has three main functions: cognitive, socio-educational, and that of the formation of the specific human feeling of the beautiful. Modern ideological struggle in art is developing around its object, social role, and the dialectic of type, form and content, especially in connection with one or another artistic method and ideological purposefulness and popular character. Apart from the specific problems engendered by the object, the method of reflection and the social role of the forms of social consciousness under review, one should take into consideration the influence of the political and legal ideology of the ruling classes on them. In political ideology, which theoretically expresses relations between classes, nations, and states, the views of a definite class are concentrated on the existing economic relations, social system, and political power. Political ideology is expressed in state constitutions, programs, drafts and convictions of representatives of a class, and above all, its political party. The specific feature of political ideology lies in that it expresses the vital socio-economic interests of classes more directly and fully. Being embodied in concrete actions of political parties, classes, and states, political ideology actively and effectively influences social development. This influence is not only direct, acting via the political superstructure, but also indirect, exercising its influence through other forms of social consciousness. The closest ties and interdependence exist between political and legal ideologies. Legal ideology comes out as a sum total of norms and rules established by state regulations which make the will of the ruling class a law and which consolidate its dictatorship. The content of legal ideology include the class views on the legal and illegal, just and compulsory in the relations between people, classes, states, and nations. Evidently, in legal ideology, too, the economic interests of classes are the determining factors, and their political ideas are embodied in laws. This is why revolutionary class struggle includes the fostering of the legal consciousness of the working people. This struggle is often a direct action against reactionary laws infringing the rights of social groups and individuals and legalizing oppression and exploitation. The anti-socialist essence, most vividly expressed predominantly in the political and legal ideology and practices of the bourgeoisie, at the same time engenders opposition of the predominant bourgeois culture and bourgeois world outlook to socialist culture and socialist outlook. We shall recall that previously world outlook was defined as a sum total of principles, views, and convictions of people, social groups and classes, which determines their attitude to reality, their trend of activity and social purposefulness. With a multiform character of its concrete historical essence, the world outlook of the bourgeoisie, the exploiters concentrates around protection of their rule and privileges, denial of public ownership and an equal attitude of all social groups to the means and instruments of production. In this respect, the world outlook of the bourgeoisie has not only a class, but a reactionary, character. The theoretical foundation systematizing the various elements of the world outlook of the bourgeoisie, in Western countries, for example, is philosophical idealism. Reality is perceived either as God, creator, the person, or human existence, the flow of direct states of consciousness, or as something that can be experimentally verified. The insolvency of the methodological function of bourgeois idealistic philosophy lies in that it refuses to recognize dialectic, falsifies it, and falls into metaphysical flat evolutionism or creationism, which recognizes creation of the world out of nothing. Regarding man as an irrational being whose existence is senseless, or preaching aggressive voluntarism, in all instances bourgeois idealistic philosophy serves as the theoretical foundation of falsifying and denying socialism. In this is manifested the reactionary class essence of the social function of the philosophical foundation of bourgeois world outlook. It is this function that the social doctrines of a majority of bourgeois philosophical trends and numerous sociological theories serve. We shall note once again that revealing opposition of bourgeois and socialist culture, bourgeois and socialist world outlook and the tinty-socialist trend of bourgeois philosophy and sociology should not be turned into absolute nihilism. On the contrary, it is more important for revolutionary socialists to master and transform the achievements of bourgeois culture, to get rid of reactionary trends, to be able to pursue their own course and fight all hostile forces and classes. Reaction along all lines typical of modern capitalism demands that socialists exercise a differentiated approach to social phenomena in capitalist society, depending on their specific character. This is especially true of such a complex phenomenon as religion and the church. One of the most ancient forms of scientific socialism, social consciousness-religion and the church is a fantastic, illusory, false reflection of the spontaneous forces of nature and still undisclosed social relations dominating over man. Religion expresses the state of non-freedom of man, his dependence on and historical subordination to the mysterious and unconquered which come out as the forces and relations hostile to man. In religious consciousness these forces of nature take the form of something supernatural. Faith in the existence of supernatural forces on which man's existence and fate depend is the main feature of any religion. This faith underlies a religious mythological explanation of the world, which, as the simplest, historically first form of world outlook, exerts profound influence on the life and practical activities of people. In contrast to reactionary speculations and falsehoods, the theory and practice of scientific socialism openly and honestly voices its attitude to any religion. First, science proves that not a single religion is eternal, but emerges under certain historical conditions, becomes widespread, develops and withers away as a form of social consciousness along with the liquidation of the socio-historical reasons that have engendered it. Second, the theory of scientific socialism proceeds from the premise that a religious reflection of the surrounding world can disappear only when the relations of men's practical daily life are expressed in their clear-cut and reasonable connections between themselves and between them and nature, that is, at the highest stage of the maturity of socialist society and its citizens. Third, any religion consists of three main parts: religious ideology, a system of religious feelings and moods, cult, and church and religious organizations. Religious ideology forms the nucleus of religion. In this ideology the believers perceive social reality with all its contradictions. Religious ideology also reflects the interests of the ruling social groups and the aspirations of the popular masses for the establishment of just social relations. This explains why social utopias come into being on a religious basis. They contain an ideological substantiation of mass movements. But, religion, as a rule, is used in the interests of the dominating social groups, sanctifying and justifying the existing system of social relations. Fourth, scientific socialism is characterized by a uniform class approach to any religion, evaluation of an attitude to it from the point of view of the vital interests of the working class and the toiling masses and the interests of the revolutionary movement for freedom and justice. Claims of each of world religions for the one and only truth and universality only give rise to religious fanaticism and intolerance toward other beliefs and serve as a means for the exploiters to divide the working masses by religious features. The leading premise of scientific socialism in its attitude to believers is proclamation and guarantee of the principle of freedom of conscience, under which faith and religious sentiments and convictions are a personal matter of citizens. The socialist state does not interfere in citizens' attitude to religions and cults. Free performance of religious rites, along with freedom of atheistic propaganda, is recognized for all citizens and guaranteed by the constitutions of the socialist countries. The church is separated from the state and the school from the church by law, for under socialism public education is a matter of society's and state's concern. Separation of the church from the state and the school from the church was proclaimed by the rising bourgeoisie as a general democratic demand. However, the exploiter essence of the bourgeoisie was manifested, among other things, in the use of religious ideology and the church for the spiritual enslavement and deception of the popular masses. Religious persecution and violence have always been a weapon of the exploiters and reactionaries in the struggle against liberation movements. Suffice it to recall, for example, the reactionary attempts to turn Islam in Asia and Africa into the third force for uniting imperialism and communism. There is still confusion among certain part of revolutionaries concerning the place and social role of religion. In ideological struggle, opinions are voiced that there is much in common between religion and socialist ideology and that differences between them are of a secondary nature. Moreover, calls can be heard from time to turn scientific socialism into a new religion. Such calls to substitute religion for the scientific socialist consciousness of the working class mean skepticism as far as its revolutionary potential is concerned and propagation of passiveness and pessimism. Suffice it to recall the main premises of the so-called Islamic socialism. True, it contains some ideals of brotherhood and justice which draw it closer to the ideals of scientific socialism. However, Muslim theorists believe that Islamic socialism means a harmony of interests and universal class peace which is established at any stage of social development under the domination of its ideals and principles. It is believed that Islamic socialism helps foster human qualities, soul, reason, and behavior. By this it is opposed to scientific socialism, which is regarded as atheism and materialism, allegedly supporting, first and foremost, the living flesh in man. However, in actual fact the universal Islamic socio-economic system in which God is the supreme owner, retains all features of social inequality, injustice, oppression, and exploitation. The theories of religious socialism omit the fact that the main distinctive feature of each religion is Qn2. Faith in the supernatural, and that it also includes a definite system of relations and actions and is materially consolidated in religious institutions and organizations. The Church as a social institution is characterized by a sufficiently flexible adaptability to the predominant economic and political relations, and its ruling upper crust usually acts as a proponent of the ideology of the exploiter classes and a bulwark of conservative and reactionary customs and traditions. This social role of religious ideology and the Church was most vividly manifested in feudal society where it held a predominant place in social consciousness and in spiritual culture as a whole. 7. This is why the revolutionary critical thought of that society more often than not took the form of religious heresies. In the modern epoch, revolutionary socialists have to come across the ideology and policies of clericalism not only in relatively economically less developed countries, but practically in all detachments of the world revolutionary movement. Despite the differences in world religions and between individual faiths and sects, the principal attitude of revolutionaries to the Church is determined by the fact that in any variety religious ideology is a means of the spiritual oppression of the popular masses. This is why scientific socialism is incompatible with religion both philosophically and historically. It does not recognize compromises on the principles of world outlook and in the evaluation of the role of religion in the struggle for a revolutionary transformation of society. At the same time, in definite historical conditions, dogmatism and sectarianism in theoretical and practical attitude to religion can contribute to the division of the working people into atheists and believers, instead of drawing them closer together in the struggle for the common earthly goals. An example of such specific conditions is furnished by the modern African world, where religions, myths, and paganism continue to remain the predominant form of both social and individual consciousness. Inasmuch as the influence of the religious tradition is still rather strong and perception of reality by the masses is often expressed in stereotypes of habitual religious notions. 356. Revolutionary Democrats cannot but take into consideration this circumstance in anti-imperialist struggle and in the drawing of the popular masses to progressive socio-economic and political transformations. They cannot ignore the fact that a considerable part of honest religious figures, even in the countries of socialist orientation, is loyal to the regime and is trying to provide a religious substantiation to its existence, claiming that the measures it is implementing do not contradict to religious dogmas. Although, objectively, religious ideas are delusions, political leaders addressing audiences that consist predominantly of believers are compelled to use religious terminology in order to explain to the popular masses the essence of their political and economic principles. To consider the religious sentiments of the popular masses, while remaining strategically on the positions of scientific socialism, this is a peculiar feature of the political course pursued by revolutionary Democrats in matters of religion. The enemies of social progress, in an attempt to split the united anti-imperialist, anti-feudal democratic front, stake on fanning religious fanaticism, persuading believers that socialism is hostile to the religious sentiments of the people. In these conditions, a scientific philosophical approach to solving religious problems should be exceptionally flexible, tactful, and cautious, and account should be taken of the concrete historical situation in a given country and the stage of revolutionary development. At the same time, revolutionary socialists soberly assess trends for renovation in existing religions. They distinguish between religious ideology and clerical institutions and believing working masses, among whom anti-imperialist and socialist revolutionary consciousness develops parallel to their religious convictions. Examination of the principle, spontaneity and consciousness types, levels, and forms of social in the socialist movement consciousness, as well as their social role and connection with ideological struggle, makes it possible to dwell on the specific features of the formation of revolutionary consciousness from the dialectic of the cognitive and ideological aspects. 357. Follows that socialist revolutionary consciousness develops historically as generally human consciousness by its character and social role. This means that scientific socialist ideology is the most humane ideology expressing social interests and the historical results and prospects of the transforming activity of the working class and toiling masses. This alone expresses the irreconcilability of bourgeois and socialist ideologies, which can be seen in the very process of the formation of anti-imperialist and socialist revolutionary consciousness. Ideology is evolved and introduced in the consciousness of any class by its ideologists. Rank and file representatives of a class with their daily consciousness very vaguely, more often, instinctively, visualize and understand its vital interests and aims. Consequently, daily consciousness and social psychology do not have a pronounced and consistent class character. The psychology of the working class and toiling masses, while reflecting the contradictions and antagonisms of their concrete social being, inevitably includes contradictory sentiments, moods, and notions. Besides, at the level of daily consciousness, the elements of class psychology are intricately intertwined with the psychological pattern of a given social ethnic community and with national psychology. National psychology is understood as a stable, spontaneously emerging sum total of feelings, notions, sentiments, and experiences reflecting the specific features of customs, traditions, family and everyday life pattern and joint activity of representatives of a given socio-ethnic community. Simultaneous affiliation to a class, professional, and socio-ethnic community, as well as the influence of the psychology of other classes, especially the ruling class, complicates the formation of uniform class consciousness. The proletariat itself is instinctively drawn to socialism, and this is reflected in the general law of the formation of socialist ideology. As the ideology of the class struggle of the proletariat, socialism is subordinated to the general conditions of the emergence, development, and consolidation of ideology, that is, it is based on the entire amount of human. 358. Knowledge presupposes the high development of science and requires scientific research. Socialism is introduced into the proletarian class struggle, which develops spontaneously on the basis of capitalist relationships, by the ideologists. Ideologists not only express but also explain by way of theoretical analysis and formulate the concrete determining interests of their class. The history of the international workers' movement convincingly shows how scientific socialism elaborated by representatives of the advanced intelligentsia became the theoretical consciousness of the working class. However, in the modern liberation struggle, the problems of the correlation of spontaneity and consciousness continue to retain its significance. They are manifested in the specificities of the movements of the national detachments of the working class, dissemination and application of socialist ideology, and the overcoming of concrete obstacles for introducing the theory of scientific socialism into the consciousness of the popular masses. Under present conditions, the broader the revolutionary movement of the popular masses, the faster the growth of demand for a more conscious character of the theoretical, political, and organizational work of revolutionary socialists. The unprecedented scope of the spontaneous awakening of the class instinct of the downtrodden, without which the revolutionary cause would have been hopeless, are an object of an acute ideological struggle. Representatives of right-wing and left opportunism and ideologists of petty bourgeois revolutionarism preach spontaneity, although in different forms. They all, in one way or another, falsify the significance of the conscious aspect, especially the ideological, political, and organizational role of a revolutionary socialist party. Some of them are trying to convince the public that the party has allegedly become outdated in our age of the cybernetic revolution, others proclaim it a historically obsolete concept, still others call for uncontrolled spontaneity and renunciation of the theory and practice of the leading vanguard. In all these instances we deal with the various forms of renouncing the genuine duty of revolutionaries to foster revolutionary energy in the popular masses and introduce socialist consciousness and organization in the class struggle of the proletariat. From a scientific philosophical point of view, proletarian psychology and class instinct come out as the rudimentary forms of consciousness. The instinctive is the unconscious, to the aid of which socialists must come. In this aid there should be no place for admiration of spontaneity and its praise, just as there should be no underestimation of low forms of consciousness, protest, and struggle. Genuine popular revolutions always develop along with the manifestation of the spontaneous forces of the awakened popular masses. This is why spontaneity of the movement is a sign of the depth and strength of its roots in the popular masses, its irrepressible and profound character. A scientific comprehension of the correlation of spontaneity and consciousness and the need to introduce socialist consciousness in the workers' movement provide the socialist parties with the necessary means in their efforts aimed at the revolutionary education of the popular masses and in the struggle against the hostile ideology of the exploiter classes. The popular masses receive knowledge, habits, and elements of consciousness from spontaneous class struggle, accumulating revolutionary experience. Despite all its significance, revolutionary experience does not engender, spontaneously and automatically, scientific socialist ideology. Hence, Any admiration of spontaneity, any belittling of the role of socialist ideology lead to an increase in the influence of bourgeois ideology. The above said makes it possible to sum up the question about the contradictions of the development of revolutionary consciousness. First of all, we should note the uneven development of socialist consciousness not only in individual countries, but also within detachments of the national working class, all the more so, its allies. This is why revolutionary socialists should painstakingly study the specific features of the psychology, existing ideas and aspirations of each of these detachments, each social section. Attention to public opinion and the actual state of the consciousness of the popular masses makes it possible to disclose its real contradictions and dynamics. The contradictory character of the development of the revolutionary critical self-consciousness of the working people in non-socialist countries is caused by objective and subjective reasons. The former include an intricate intertwining of the social and national antagonisms of concrete social being, the scope and maturity of the anti-imperialist class struggle and proletarian movement, availability of mass revolutionary experience, including the use of traditions of national and international liberation struggle. Reflection of objective reasons sometimes assumes in mass consciousness the form of isolation or opposition of the social and the individual, the cognitive and the class aspects, and the breaking or even counterposing of the levels of everyday practical and scientific theoretical consciousness. The contradictory character of the development of revolutionary critical consciousness of the working people, the appearance in it of an immature, utopian, conservative, or fallacious ideological content, and difficulties in the formation of anti-imperialist and socialist consciousness reflect the active influence of an opposition to the ideology of the exploiter classes. This is why under present conditions social progress is largely determined by the efficient introduction of socialist consciousness into the masses of fighters against imperialism and neocolonialism, the creative development and application of revolutionary theory in contrast to its various anti-socialist and opportunist distortions. 361. 3. Anti-socialist essence of imperialist ideology and bourgeois consciousness. The anti-socialist trend of the ideology of world imperialism, its social doctrines and bourgeois sociological theories is expressed in their essence. This is the camouflage of the essence of modern capitalism and its apologetics, and the falsification of the essence of modern socialism as some illegal, insolvent, or historically transient phenomenon. Distortions of mankind's historical prospects is expressed through various ideas of saving or modernizing the Western world and its culture, or of some new society free from the limitations and shortcomings of old capitalism and real socialism. An all-embracing character of crisis of bourgeois conscience. The crisis of modern capitalism-ness and mode of life is peculiarly reflected in its culture, ideology, and science. The bourgeois consciousness predominant in the capitalist world is characterized by the loss of optimistic enlightening illusions typical of the dawn of bourgeois society, and by pessimistic assertions about the confrontation between man and technology, man and nature. Bourgeois consciousness is distinguished by forced admissions of the sicknesses of culture and civilization in the Western world, by psychosociological methods of analyzing these sicknesses and attempts to find recipes to cure them. Naturally, these conditionally named features of bourgeois world outlook essentially differ or change in various capitalist countries, depending on the socio-economic, political, and cultural levels reached in them and on the concrete specific features of their advancement. Nevertheless, it can safely be said that bourgeois world outlook today is dominated by conservative protective trends. These trends are manifested in a change in the methods and forms of ideological political prophylactic cure of capitalist society, which has long been incurably sick. Its functioning has been bolstered up, on the 362. One hand, by a form of liberal bourgeois reformism in theory and practice, and on the other, by a form of military and fascist sanitation and the establishment of political regimes of terror. Today the projects of capital repairs of the capitalist system take most varied ideological forms. However, All these modifications are unable to hide the ever-increasing manifestation of the fact that the bourgeois ideology predominant in the non-socialist world has essentially become an ideology of adaptation and self-preservation. An inalienable feature of this ideological trend is an attempt of bourgeois ideologists to characterize the general crisis of capitalism as a crisis of the entire industrial society, irrespective of its political forms, as well as a crisis of civilization or even as a critical situation attending the birth of super-industrial society. It should be noted that within the bounds of the general trend of adaptation and self-preservation there are many variants of bourgeois world outlook which differ in initial premises, argumentation, the systems of values, evaluations of historical prospects and of the place and role of consciousness, ideology, its correlation with science or with the content of current propaganda. However, neither differences in assessments or interpretations of values nor the multiformity and diversity of views and schools comprising the essence of modern bourgeois world outlook have changed its historical class essence. The social reactionary nature stemming from the doom of the exploiter classes constitutes a most important feature of the deep crisis of bourgeois culture and bourgeois world outlook, along with a trend toward mysticism and irrationalism and distortions of the place and role of science and technology in society's life. From this follows that philosophical idealism continues to be the theoretical foundation of the world outlook of the imperialist bourgeoisie. The predominant bourgeois consciousness of the late 20th century is distinguished by the turning of technocratic ideology into the official ideology of the ruling monopolistic circles. This turning and the crisis of entire technocratic 363 consciousness could clearly be traced, for example, in the evolution from the thesis the end of ideology to the conclusion about an acute need for a new social philosophy. The first attempts to create new social philosophy explaining the essence and prospects of the historical epoch took the form of hybridization of pragmatism and existentialism. This philosophical hybrid has the task to unite a thought and action of the individual. American and European neo-pragmatists are coming out against the determination of human freedom by socio-historical conditions, especially objecting against the non-capitalist version of the determination of personality by science and collectivism, proclaim individualism as the main feature of democracy and uphold the individual freedom of self-determination as the foundation of political freedom in general. The desire of the monopolistic bourgeoisie to camouflage, or at least to smooth down, the sharp conflicts of the present-day crisis of capitalism by social maneuvering, is expressed in such philosophical form. All polemical and critical efforts of ideologists of monopoly capital, despite their outward liberalism, are spearheaded against Marxist-Leninist science and revolutionary democratic ideology. Recognition of the spiritual crisis of capitalist civilization does not mean refusal from manipulating mass consciousness and ideologically exploiting illusory and mythological concepts designed to achieve ideological self-preservation and stabilize the capitalist system. This ideological trend and activity is manifested especially vividly in the interpretation of the essence of the modern historical epoch and ways of social development. The essence of the revolutionary transitional epoch and the prospects of socio-historical development naturally occupy a central place in bourgeois world outlook. Ideological inflation, devaluation of obsolete mythological doctrines and illusory concepts of social development is accompanied by a hidden devaluation of the principal ideological myth about the eternal character of private enterprise as the foundation of freedom and creation. This myth is cultivated as an ideological answer to the growing disintegration of spiritual and social. 364. Ties between the individuals in bourgeois society. According to the neo-pragmatic interpretation, the essence of our epoch is mainly the struggle of Western democratic socialism against communist totalitarianism. Such interpretation of the essence of the modern historical epoch and its prospects by the most conservative representatives of neo-pragmatism is complemented by a whole range of anti-socialist socio-philosophical myths. Among them, first and foremost, is principal insolubility of dangerous social errors, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of humanity. From this inevitably follows the conclusion about the strategy of confronting coexistence for stemming communism, expanding the world sector of freedom and developing world capitalism. Having greatly scared the man in the street, the ideological strategists of monopoly slightly reveal the prospect of a new society capable of self-regulation, and also map out a way to a turn to recovery which is completely determined by the political elite and super leaders as the creators of historical events. Then follows the conclusion which is so much to the liking of the supporters of neoconservatism and U.S. imperialist hegemonism, namely, that the choice of the USA and its evolution will determine the social and political model of the entire world. The seeming primitiveness of this concept of the epoch has its roots in the specific features of American bourgeois consciousness and the American way of life and traditions. This specificity is expressed by the mode of life and ideological psychological traditions of an average American, his indifference to politics, individualism, isolation and pragmatism, patriotic idealism, xenophobia and chauvinism. These features of the ideological-psychological traditions of Americanism contribute to the deep entrenchment of the prejudices of anti-communism, as well as an inclination to a messianic complex and imperialism. From the Marxist point of view, the mode of life is determined by the essence of a social system and a socio-economic structure. This concept includes the typical forms. 365. Of the activities of the individuals and social groups, specific features of their labor and public activity, everyday life, contacts, behavior, culture, and the pattern of thinking. The collectivism and internationalization of the socialist way of life, socialist attitude to labor, mutual assistance, responsibility, conscientiousness, socio-political activity, the all-round development of the individual, etc. are subjected to ideological attacks and falsifications by the imperialist mass media. Prejudices and anti-communist psychosis fanned in the countries of the non-socialist world, distortions of the socialist way of life and fear of communism create definite opportunities to manipulate public opinion, which is ably used by militarists and political hawks. Thus, an analysis of modern bourgeois consciousness in its socio-philosophical aspect leads one to the conclusion that the world revolution in outlook engenders in bourgeois society two main varieties of resistance, counter-revolutionary and reformist. These main varieties, and sometimes their intertwining, ideologically reflect the counter-revolutionary convulsions of the dying bourgeois system and calculations and miscalculations of the ideological political leaders of international imperialism. The leaders of world imperialism. Socio-philosophical myths openly admit that the eradication of anti-communism of the theory and practice of scientific socialism is the principal aim of their ideology and policy, whose essence in most cases is summed up by the word anti-communism. It is a known fact that as a social and ideological political phenomenon, anti-communism emerged and developed in close connection with the socialist workers' movement. Back in the first half of the 19th century, when the specter of communism was haunting Europe, all reactionary elements of the epoch joined their forces to fight it. Already at the first stage of its development, anti-communism expressed the interests and requirements of the exploiter oligarchy in its struggle against the proletarian and other revolutionary and even opposition social trends. As the theory and practice of scientific socialism became 366. The leading trend of the world's social development, the concrete historical essence of anti-communism changed and broadened. Its numerous trends and shades, anti-Marxist and anti-Leninist, anti-Soviet, anti-socialist, and anti-democratic, express, mainly, the requirements, interests and aims of international monopoly capital. Modern anti-communism is an anti-ESAT gain. IUTI +7 because of the domination of the ideology of the exploiter classes in non-socialist countries. Anti-communism is an essential part of their spiritual culture, world outlook, and many socio-political phenomena. Consequently, anti-communism is not only a sum total of ideas or ideological activity carried on in the interests of the big imperialist bourgeoisie. Being a phenomenon of the superstructure, anti-communism is consolidated by the force of exploiter states and various social institutions, the objective results of whose activities are included in public life and social practice. Thus, such elements of social reality are created that contribute to the emergence of anti-communist sentiments and ideas and anti-communist psychology. The content and forms of the ideological work and ideological political struggle of revolutionary Democrats and Socialists are largely determined by a scientific comprehension of the essence and role of anti-communism as a whole. No less important is the significance of the latter's component parts: anti-communist psychology and ideology, anti-communist policy, and anti-communist social practices. It is no secret that revolutionaries have not only to deal with the bacilli of anti-communism in the sphere of ideology and politics, or withstand anti-communist blows and reprisals, but also come across anti-communist sentiments and ideas among the working people. There are two principal reasons of prejudices or a negative attitude to socialist ideals: socialist revolutionary transforming activity and real socialism. Marx and Engels indicated that capitalist private ownership is an objective prerequisite, driving force, and breeding ground of anti-communism. In this sense, private owner is a social proponent and objective supporter of anti-communism. This important 367 premise makes it possible to disclose the clags, cognitive and psychological roots of the emergence and propagation of anti-communism, including at various levels of the consciousness of the working masses. Another subjective reason is dissemination and introduction in the consciousness of the working people of various false and distorted ideas about socialism in general, and especially about the communist and workers' movement and Marxist parties. Anti-communist ideological concepts are complemented and bolstered up by anti-communist policies and social practices. The activities of definite counter-revolutionary organizations, bourgeois political parties and social institutions integrated in the exploiter state, especially in the conditions of political terror, can give rise to elements of antisocial psychology even among representatives of the working class. This is why the struggle for dissemination and introduction of anti-imperialist and socialist consciousness among the popular masses should not be confined to denouncing hostile ideology. The popular masses should well realize the anti-communist essence of the policies of imperialism and the inner oligarchy, the social practices of reactionary parties and movements and terrorist groups of a neo-fascist or clerical type. Quite often a more complex task should be tackled, that of relieving the thoughts and feelings of men and the psychological elements of their consciousness from the influence of anti-communism. Anti-communism forms the ideological political foundation of the activities of the modern exploiter classes. It is used for the struggle against the national and international revolutionary movements, against socialism and communism, and fulfills the social role of the principal weapon of imperialist foreign and domestic policies and ideological justification of imperialist hegemonism. International imperialists and specific features of trace are the main sources of modern anti-communism, with the support of internal reactionaries they disseminate and introduce it in the socio-political life. And 368. Spiritual culture of the non-socialist world. The first specific feature of modern anti-communism lies in that it is directed not only against world socialism, the communist parties and the socialist movement. It is increasingly being spearheaded against other revolutionary patriotic forces that are in opposition to imperialism and the local oligarchy, not only against the Reds, but also against the Pink. The second specific feature is the turning of anti-communism into state ideology and policy. This applies to the countries of state monopoly capitalism, and also to those dominated by political regimes obedient to the will of monopolies. This feature is also manifested in imperialist military political blocs and groupings. It was seen, for example, in the attempt of international monopolies to set up strongpoints of neocolonialism in Asia and Latin America, in Africa, and the Middle East. The anti-communist ideology and policies of such military fascist and racist regimes are mainly directed against socialist perspective, against all democratic forces taking part in the anti-imperialist struggle. The important and efficient third feature of anti-communism boils down to international monopolies directly supporting, economically, financially and militarily, the most reactionary forces. They consist of local tribal and feudal nobility, the comprador and bureaucratic bourgeoisie and military and civilian politicians. Direct military, economic or financial pressure and interference in internal political struggle and the export of counter-revolution are combined with its smuggling, instigation of plots and military coups. The fourth feature lies in that anti-communism is disseminated and introduced in a differentiated manner and at many levels, embracing not only the economic and political, but also spiritual life of the people. Using both traditional and latest means and methods, the monopolies force anti-communism on public opinion. They are trying, by means of information imperialism, to poison national consciousness with anti-communism, stifle the revolutionary spirit and fan the psychosis of fear and impotence among the peoples. Modern anti-communism in its struggle against the national liberation movements is also distinguished by the flexible use by the monopolies of the accumulated ideological political experience in their own countries, and also in the provinces of the capitalist system. Such ideological political currents as fascism, racism, Zionism, clericalism, and chauvinism serve as the main instruments of anti-communism, and constitute its varieties. Varieties of modern anti-communism. Historically, the first variety was the so-called negative anti-communism. It is characterized by direct denial of scientific socialism, crude and vulgar methods of falsification and struggle against the national liberation and revolutionary socialist movements and the use of physical and military means of violence and terror, as well as ideological and psychological pressure. During the first half of the 20th century, this variety of anti-communism based itself, first and foremost, on European fascism. Now its heritage is in the hands of international monopolies and is represented by neo-fascist parties, government secret services and groups and terrorist organizations constituting the Black International of Counter-Revolution. The crisis years of the 1970s and the shattering of the bourgeois social myths of industrial society, a welfare state, along with the international successes of the forces of progress and socialism, have provoked a response and a new flare-up of negative anti-communism. From the early 1980s, even the bourgeois press has been widely publicizing the so-called New Conservative War. This theme has become a favorite one for the American press. Neoconservatism as an ideological political phenomenon has indeed become noticeable in social life, which is causing legitimate concern on the part of revolutionary and democratically minded forces which are denouncing its social reactionary nature. We shall note that most variants of neoconservatism are distinguished by extreme individualism, opposition of socialization to absolute privatization, elitarism which is demagogically camouflaged by reliance on man in the street, and a myth of a strong state as the kernel of necessary order and social stability. The militant character of neoconservatism in the United States and the countries of state monopoly capitalism in 370 states and the countries of state monopoly capitalism in Europe can be assessed as a counter-revolutionary form of resistance to the world revolution of outlook. Neoconservatism revives, renovates, and concentrates the sinister theories of fascism, racism, hegemonism and chauvinism, including the concept of heredity, racial and intellectual inequality, which are allegedly proved by modern genetics, and even practical measures of elitarian systems of education and genetic control. Despite the fact that the ideology and political practice of neoconservatism are far from predominating in the social consciousness of the capitalist world, its very development presents a certain danger and testifies to a definite shift to the right in the ideology and policies of world imperialism. Along with support of right-wing conservative, negative anti-communism, the imperialist monopolies do not abandon their plans to continue to elaborate another variety, the so-called alternative or positive anti-communism. This variety attempts to oppose the theory and practice of scientific socialism to other historical development ways, to create improved models of social prospects of the type of modernization theories and especially a radical leap into post-industrial society. A characteristic example of versions of social evolution is provided by anti-communist speculations on the problem of imperialism. What we have in mind is the ideological myth about the end of imperialism concocted by some ideologists of monopoly capital. This myth, anti-communist as a matter of fact, is being ably introduced in philosophical and sociological literature, becomes an element of predominant bourgeois world outlook and is sometimes implanted in the consciousness of the revolutionary and democratic forces. The substantiation of the end of imperialism myth is primitive enough. The disintegration of the colonial system, the political liberation and self-determination of the peoples of the colonies and dependent countries, a new international order and the sovereignty of the young national states, all this allegedly means the end of imperialism, whose main features were only territorial expansion and the struggle for the redivision of the seized alien territories. There is hardly 371. Any need to prove that this so-called political definition and interpretation of imperialism is far from being a theoretical novelty. It has been known since the time of the opportunists of the Second International and is only slightly renovated in modern bourgeois economic, sociological, and political literature. The ignoring of the socio-economic essence and historical place of imperialism was disclosed and disproved by Lenin in his ideological struggle against right-wing opportunism and Trotskyism. If there is indeed something new in this situation now, it is a touching unity between the pseudo-left theoreticians, on the one hand, and the ideological apologists of world imperialism, on the other. Both agree on the so-called political definitions of imperialism in their ideological political struggle against world socialism, primarily against the Soviet Union, denouncing it as a social imperialist superpower. Negativism and direct denial of any scientific value of Lenin's theory of imperialism and Lenin's socio-philosophical prediction that state monopoly capitalism was a complete material preparation for and a threshold of socialism are typical today of open ideological enemies of the scientific theory and practice of communist civilization and also Zhida revolutionaries and opportunists drawing close to them. Another important variety is clerical anti-communism, traditional adaptation of the clerical upper crust to the powers that be preserves and increases the anti-communist essence of the activities of the modern clerical centers. Reactionary clericals conduct social research and publish a great number of sermons, pamphlets, newspapers, and magazines with the help of which they are carrying on an energetic struggle against socialist ideology and the revolutionary movements. Clerical anti-communism uses the traditional prestige of religion and the church and can exert enormous influence on mass consciousness. It possesses a wealth of experience in manipulating social consciousness and flexibly changing its socio-political tactics depending on the prevailing situation. Suffice it to recall that in the past papal encyclics asserted the superior value and firmness of private property, whereas now they speak about a restriction of ownership rights in the interests of society. At the same time the Vatican persecutes the believers and priests, followers of so-called theology of liberation, accusing them of recognizing the pernicious Marxism. Clerical anti-communism includes reactionary elements not only of Catholicism, but also of other religious ideologies, church organizations, and sects, and often unites most controversial currents. Naturally, the struggle against clerical anti-communism calls for taking into account renovation tendencies, a delicate attitude to believers and the democratic sections of the clergy and respect for their religious sentiments along with drawing them, ideologically and organizationally, to revolutionary activity. There is yet another, more complex and controversial variety: Chauvinistic anti-communism, in fighting which revolutionaries should apply a strict scientific analysis and class approach. We have in mind a variety of anti-communism which skillfully uses the specific features of national consciousness and clerical and nationalist traditions. The anti-communist essence of predominant bourgeois world outlook is manifested not only in the spiritual sphere in industrial countries of the capitalist world. With some modifications it penetrates and is being forced on science and culture in the peripheral countries of world capitalism and exerts great influence on social consciousness in the young national states subjected to purposeful ideological neocolonialism. International monopolies do not. Anti-communism and spare material expenses on neocolonialism, ecological and ideological work. Among the population and the training of anti-communist politicians and technocrats who could ensure the pursuance of an anti-socialist course by their countries. In this connection, special attention is merited by the new essence of the so-called ideological neocolonialism. The point is that open mass anti-communist pro. 373. Paganda is more and more frequently combined with methodological expansion in the social sciences and forms of social consciousness. Special institutes in the most important centers of imperialism are engaged in elabo-rating methodological recommendations, sociological models, and special socio-political concepts of historical development for some or other countries. Discussions on social development problems have shown the insolvency of bourgeois concepts, models, and recommendations for the overcoming of backwardness in the young national states. Representatives of state monopoly capitalism in their so-called sociology of the development of the Third World countries force on the peoples of non-socialist countries the prospects of Western civilization and emphasize the interdependence and unity of their historical destinies. The Westernization and modernization offered the peoples of the young states are proclaimed to be the only alternative to backwardness, which could be abolished allegedly only with the help of the civilized capitalist countries of the West. Sociologists and progressive-minded leaders of the young states were able to discover the treacherous neo-colonialist essence of the modernization concept. Ideological expansion, particularly the neocolonialist theory of modernization, has the aim to prevent the socialist choice and socialist orientation of young national states, and by means of capitalist modernization to tie them to the world capitalist system. Naturally, such false and biased ideological concepts meet with a rebuff on the part of representatives of Marxist-Leninist and revolutionary democratic ideology. Neocolonialism expresses the global strategy of modern imperialism. Its main aims are search, drawing and mobilization of social reserves for the self-preservation and adaptation of the world capitalist system. These reserves should set up new barriers and obstacles for the socialist trend of the epoch and to the anti-imperialist, national democratic, and socialist revolutions. The oppression by the imperialist powers of foreign nations is one of the sources of the artificial retardation of the downfall of capitalism. Under the guise of urgent problems and rich opportunities which know no geo. 374. Graphical and ideological bounds. Imperialism is striving to dominate everywhere and get back its role of the master of the people's destinies. It is interfering in the affairs of other peoples, unceremoniously violates their legitimate rights and sovereignty, and by force, bribery, and economic penetration is trying to foist its will on states and whole regions of the world. Along with the methods of indirect and local blows, imperialist strategy includes new forms of direct military political expansion to which the peoples of a number of Latin American, Asian and African countries have been subjected. The neocolonialist expansion of world imperialism is multiform as far as its objects, directions, methods, and aims are concerned. Among the objects of penetration, influence, interference, and the control or domination of monopolies are not only former colonies, dominions, historically backward countries and regions. Neocolonialist expansion is also directed against countries of different capitalist development levels, dependent on the international centers of imperialism, as well as the countries of socialist orientation. Cult ideological expansion of imperialism has not only increased in volume, it became deeper and differentiated by zones, countries and even social groups. Advertising aid, cooperation, and partnership, imperialism is trying to gather fresh forces and infuse new blood into old Western civilizations. With this aim in view, it preserves and consolidates the educational system of the old metropolitan countries, fosters and trains personnel from among the intelligentsia, and tries to create a semblance of reciprocity and equality. Of no small importance is the fact that the imperialists are trying to replace anti-imperialist front of the liberation movements by slogans of the common interests of the free world and democratic decolonization. The crisis of neocolonialism, reflecting as it does the aggravation of the general crisis of the capitalist system, and the growing movements for national and social emancipation. 379. In Asian, African, and Latin American countries lead to considerable shifts in ideological theoretical struggle at the present stage. A touchstone for evaluating petty bourgeois national radical and utopian socialist currents is these countries. Stand on two questions: a united anti-imperialist front of the democraticente forces and the practice of world socialism. Those who implement the principles of anti-imperialist unity, cooperate broadly with the communists in their day-to-day struggle and recognize the historical achievements of world socialism and its positive role in the struggle waged by the downtrodden peoples for their national and social emancipation, adhere to the historically correct Marxist-Leninist scientific tenets of socialist revolution and proletarian internationalism. Those who reject an alliance with communists, stand aside of mass movements and attack the world socialist community more often than not slide down to a policy of social and national betrayal and join the camp of reactionaries. Along the difficult road followed by the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, waging their historic struggle against imperialism and for national and social emancipation, there can be instances of a revival of reactionary ideology and degeneration of revolutionary democratic theory into national reformist theory, and the latter into pro-imperialist reformism and right-wing radicalism. The destinies of a number of countries were adversely affected by delusions and errors of some of their national theorists and politicians, overestimation or underestimation of the traditions of nationalism, religion, and leaderism, idealization of the public sector or insufficient rational organization of its functioning, inability to work with the private sector and foreign capital, absolutization of an armed road of revolution, or a no less dangerous absolutization of its peaceful road. Utopias of bourgeois constitutionalism, consumers' attitude to socialism, unprepared NEAs for difficulties connected with the socialist development and with departure from the system of capitalist world economic ties and establishing new international ties, leftist isolationism, lack of understanding of the objective character of the new international division of labor and possibilities of its democratization in the course of anti-imperialist struggle, principal distinction of socialist integration. Mutual assistance and fraternal cooperation from monopolistic exploiter mutual dependence. The crisis of anti-popular exploiter regimes in Asian, African, and Latin American countries does not at all signify a weakening of the activities of their most ardent champions. On the contrary, recent years have witnessed a definite consolidation of the reactionary forces and their ideology. Various counter-revolutionary currents merge under the aegis of world imperialism, accumulating everything which can in any way contribute to the struggle against deep-going democratic transformations and socialist orientation. Attempts of reactionary ideologists in Asian, African, and Latin American countries are increasingly concentrated around the elaboration of anti-communist concepts, taking into account the illusions, moods, and prejudices of local mass bourgeois, petty bourgeois, communal and caste consciousness. The theory of the so-called national anti-communism is a particular reaction to the growing prestige of real socialism and the international communist movement. The authors of this theory call for fighting the communist danger within national bounds, while acknowledging the legal rights of the socialist countries in the international arena. Many specific features of modern anti-communism in young states are connected with transition from individual political rule to domination by methods of the collective neocolonialism of international monopolies. Several types of anti-communism can be singled out by their socio-class nature in young states, which are inspired and used by world imperialism. The first type is conservative protective anti-communism of family tribal and feudal theocratic upper crust. It is out to preserve its former privileged position and stubbornly opposes any revolutionary changes. Anti-communism of this type more often than not uses the banner of clericalism and the traditions of the authority of chiefs, sheikhs, imams, and kings and forms political groupings by religious ethnic features. The second type, by its origin, follows from the capitalist evolution of countries that have gained state independence, and expresses the class interests of the local bourgeoisie. This anti-communism, as a rule, is a result of a class alliance of the local bourgeoisie with world imperialism and takes the form of nationalistic anti-communism in the face of socialist transformations. The third type is, by its socio-class nature, anti-communism of a petty bourgeois kind. One should take into account the specific features of its proponents representing in Afro-Asian countries rather large middle sections, motley in composition. The unstable social position of these sections conditions a great amplitude of their political vacillations. They can adhere to anti-communist positions of the social reformist, right-wing socialist, pro-fascist, and even leftist, anarchic or pseudo-Marxist types. Imperialist reaction places its main stake on anti-communist nationalism. By opposing nationalism to socialism, the anti-communists are trying to ensure a special road of the social development of Afro-Asian countries. They even support the theories about revolutions of the colored in contrast to the socialism of the European whites. Accusing the dependent countries of nationalism, especially when it is dominated by the national patriotic and democratic elements, international monopolies have been using, not without success, the reactionary essence of bourgeois nationalism. In their long-term plans of struggle against world socialism and the countries of socialist orientation, the imperialist react equals. Rise give a place of prominence to chauvinistic anti-communism, including Zionism and racism. The reactionary plans of international racism and Zionism are concentrated today in the ideology and policy of such states as the Republic of South Africa and Israel. The ruling cliques of these two countries are now facing two principal tasks assigned to them by the real owners of international monopolies. First, to preserve both states as instruments capable to control, by means of violence, or effectively influence the course and trends of the liberation movements in the Middle East and entire Africa. Second, to bolster up the positions of the RSA and Israel as mediators and pursuers of 378. Economic, political, and ideological neocolonialism in young Asian and African states. A class international approach helps reveal the political danger of anti-communist chauvinism as a weapon and guise of the neocolonialist expansion of world imperialism. The policies and practical activities of the racist and Zionist reactionaries show that imperialism is using all kinds of violence and influence in order to force on the Arab, Asian, and African peoples such social development ways which actually mean an agonizing capitalist evolution and continuation of imperialist domination. In the conditions of the imperialist military-political counter-offensive, the staunchness of revolutionaries acquires special importance. Lenin wrote, "Those who are afraid of the difficulties of building socialism, those who allow themselves to be scared by them, those who give way to despair or cowardly dismay, are no socialists." The most important and efficient obstacle in the way of the imperialist onslaught against the national democratic movements and revolutions of socialist orientation is the historic successes of world socialism and its unselfish economic, political, and ideological assistance to revolutionary peoples. At the same time, the responsibility of the vanguard socialist parties for the outcome of the struggle against racism, chauvinism, tribalism, and regionalism and for the strengthening of the international unity of all anti-imperialist forces is greatly enhanced. This unity is promoted by able and effective denunciation of all types of anti-socialist ideology and policy of international imperialist and local oligarchic reaction. The most crucial international task facing all revolutionaries and democrats at the end of the 20th century is to defend peace, to protect it from imperialist military expansion and the threat of thermonuclear catastrophe. The noble heroic struggle of the peoples for freedom, prosperity, and happiness, the historical optimism of the revolutionary champions of scientific socialism are based on the objective social necessity discovered by science and corroborated by historical practice, namely, that all peoples will make a socialist choice and come to the international fraternity of people of free socialist labor. Conclusion. In the history of the world liberation movements, socialist revolutions have been an example of the turning of spontaneous economic necessity into the realized historical freedom of mankind. The victorious socialist revolutions, just as other currents of the world revolutionary process, have proved that socialism occupies a special place in history and that social theory and revolutionary transforming activity constitute an unbreakable unity. This unity was revealed by a scientific analysis of the historical place of the working class and its international role as the principal productive force, the proponent of the socialist mode of production and the natural leader in the struggle against exploitation and oppression. The creative development and enrichment of Marxist scientific philosophical thought is demonstrated, for example, by the concept of mature socialist society progressing on its own foundation, when the restructuring of all social relations along the lines of collectivism inherent in socialism, is being completed. This concept also expresses unity between scientific theory and modern revolutionary practice. Proletarian socialist ideology and scientific socialism occupy an ever more prominent place in the social life of the peoples of all continents, particularly in the Arab, African, Latin American, and Asian countries of anti-imperialist and socialist orientations. This explains why the ideologists of imperialism and neocolonialism in their struggle against the world socialist revolution are widely using the concepts of non-applicability of Marxism-Leninism, its obsolescence and incompatibility of the socialist ideas and revolutionary practice. These concepts were preceded and are being accompanied by other falsifications and distortions of the theory and practice of real socialism. In recent past, imaginary discrepancies and contradictions between pronouncements by the classics of Marxism-Leninism and formulations of the aims and tasks in programmatic documents of communist, workers, socialist and revolutionary democratic Marxist parties have 3811 been widely used. In our day, speculations are widespread opposing science to ideology and world outlook, theory to method, and Marxism to Leninism. The international science about socialism is artificially divided into continental, regional, and national variants by the well-known thesis about the pluralism of Marxism. Especially indicative are bourgeois and opportunist attempts to reject or falsify Marxism-Leninism as a system of world outlook. What we have in mind, first of all, is the system of world outlook predominant in the socialist countries, the system of socialist ideals and values determining the anti-imperialist and socialist orientation of the growing number of young states, the system of socialist ideology destroying the ideological domination of the reactionary forces over the masses of working people in non-socialist countries. Consequently, the concepts of incompatibility, obsolescence, imperfection, and crisis of Marxism-Leninism are directed not so much against its component parts as, mainly, against its quality as a system of socialist world outlook and, as we have already shown, contemporary materialism and contemporary scientific socialism together constitute the theory and program of the workers' movement of all countries. It is this essence of Marxism, its system's quality that is preserved and developed in Leninism which is being distorted and falsified by its ideological enemies. However, socio-historical practice, the achievements of world socialism and the entire experience of the present-day liberation movements have demonstrated the international character and eternal value of the principles of Marxist-Leninist science. This is why all genuine revolutionaries respect and follow Lenin's behests. In his work Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder, Lenin described the principal task of revolutionaries as one of being able to apply the general and fundamental principles of the science about socialism to concrete processes, situations and countries. The mastering of the general laws of the science about social revolution, the study and generalization of concrete national forms in which these laws are 382 manifested, for instance, in each Latin American, European, Arab, Asian and African country constitute a major trend in the theoretical and ideological educational work of the revolutionary socialist vanguard parties. It is impossible to create, develop, and apply scientific socialism without economic and philosophical substantiation. In other words, without a dialectical materialist philosophical foundation, without the economic law of the progress of contemporary society discovered by Marx, socialist ideals will degenerate into socialist utopias. In order to avoid this, genuine revolutionaries should better study theoretical questions, get rid of the influence of traditional old world outlook and always bear in mind that socialism is a science. The profound study and comprehension of the philosophical foundation of scientific socialism forms firm ideological conviction and discloses the fruitfulness and viability of the laws and principles of the uniform science of the socialist transformation of the world. Only a conscious and confirmed revolutionary is able to generalize practical revolutionary experience, develop theory, and creatively apply international Marxist-Leninist science to concrete national conditions, to the struggle for the freedom, prosperity, and happiness of his people.